never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden took a trip to Florida Tuesday to help his party campaign and tore into Republican proposals to undo prescription drug price caps and change Social Security and Medicare. He also slammed GOP Governor Ron DeSantis as, quote, Donald Trump incarnate. Not everywhere has to wait another week for new leadership, however.
Elon Musk is bringing in his people to inspect Twitter from top to bottom. Musk has Tesla engineers interviewing Twitter engineers to begin looking through the company's product and code. Twitter's former head of consumer product, Kayvon Beykpour, is seen in the building after he was fired by Twitter's former CEO back in May. David Sachs, a chief operating officer and product leader of PayPal, has also been spotted in the hallway since the takeover. Musk is a former CEO of PayPal. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Tesla, meanwhile, has sent a number of workers from its Shanghai plant across the Pacific to Fremont, California, to boost production in the U.S. Some investors are wondering if there isn't a little more to the Elon power play. The cryptocurrency promoted by Musk, Dogecoin, has risen by more than 23% over a 24-hour period this week, while other major players in the game, like Bitcoin, remain all but flat. And if you're into playing the numbers, the Powerball is up over $1 billion. According to CNBC, Wednesday night's drawing will yield a higher payoff due to lower state taxes in the following 8 states: California, Florida, New Hampshire, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Washington, and Wyoming. Good luck. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Midterm elections are now less than a week away. Do you know who you're planning to vote for?
All eyes are on the battleground states that will determine which party controls Congress for the next 2 years. Republicans are ahead of Democrats by 2 points on a generic congressional ballot. Kathy is from Pennsylvania, and she tells Fox News she's switching parties for the first time.
I've been a lifelong Democrat, but I'm here to tell you today that I'm flipping to Republican. I can no longer follow this party. Absolutely not.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The cost of gas could help you decide. The current average is $3.75 for unleaded nationwide. A year ago, it was about 10% cheaper. So it may be time to tighten your belt. Literally. Wells Fargo chief agricultural economist Michael Swanson said, from bird flu reducing the supply of turkeys to California's drought shrinking vegetable yields and a labor shortage impacting workers available to process and transport food, prices are up across the board. A survey by online financial advisor Personal Capital said 1 in 5 Americans wonder if they'll have enough money to cover the cost of Thanksgiving this year, and are considering eliminating dishes or entire guests altogether. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Hey, it must be showtime. Wow, looky, there it is. And how quick the days go by. Wow, Wednesday coming on. You know what that means. Yeah, midweek already. And no more ghosts and goblins. Pumpkins gone. Hope your week's going well. Midweek coming on. Welcome into a full 5 hours of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Coming to you live from the Gold Eagle Hot Shot Secret Studios. Got the home 20, Southwest Ohio. We take a look around the entire country. Where the driver's moving the freight out there. What's going on? One thing I can tell you, I'm going to have some reduced visibility issues through a good portion of Ohio, right through central Indiana. It's not enough to prompt dense fog advisories, but they do anticipate with the clear skies, light winds, fog is going to be developing, especially in some of the valleys, the typical river valleys and things of that nature throughout the region. That extends on down into northern Kentucky as well overnight tonight. As far as the eastern half of the nation is concerned, that's really the only advisories we have on the map right now. It is a totally different story for the western half of the country. From red flag warnings to wind advisories to high wind warnings. Winter storm watches, winter weather advisories. We've got a little bit of everything in the mix. Starting with the red flag warnings in much of central and western South Dakota. High wind warnings as well in place in those same areas. Dry conditions, high winds, prime ingredients for wildfire spread. Red flag warnings also for western Kansas, south central and southeastern Colorado tonight. Yeah, the winds. This is our big storm we were talking about the last couple days. It's coming in off the Pacific Northwest. This is the beginning of a train of storms that will be bringing some pretty significant higher elevation snowfall and eventually maybe even some snow in some of the lower elevations. That's why we see a lot of winter weather advisories and the winter storm warnings. The Sierra Nevada of California. It is that time of year once again. If you're rolling out west, be prepared for the chain advisories, the chain requirements in some cases. Right now, we're looking at the conditions. Santa Claus just sent this my way out of California here a few minutes ago. The update from Caltrans, conditions along I-80. Starting in the San Francisco Bay Area, high wind advisory in effect at the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. Travel not recommended for campers, trailers, or permit loads there. On to the Sierra Nevada in the Northern California area. Eastbound traffic again for I-80. Chains are required for all vehicles except four-wheel drive vehicles with snow tires on all four wheels. From the 2.1 mile marker east of Baxter to the Donner Lake interchange. Westbound traffic, pretty much the same scenario. Chains required for all vehicles except four-wheel drive vehicles with snow tires on all four vehicles. Please do some research, they say. Chain control locations, as Caltrans is currently working to update the chain control descriptions for consistency with internet mapping. You can use the likes of Google Maps or MapQuest. Westbound trucks are indeed being screened. 5 miles west of Reno, drivers must have the maximum chains in their possession to proceed. Permit loads are prohibited. All westbound trucks are required to stop at the brake check area, half-mile west of Nyack, to reduce the risk of brake failures. All right, so checking for the brakes. You got the chain laws up. Here we go. Old man Winter knocking on the door. And technically, we're a few days away. Matter of fact, someone had posted that 50 days officially till winter. I mean, we're just in the early days of fall, so we're getting kind of a taste of what's going to be coming our way. Let's start with a look at that directly here on a Wednesday morning. Rain and mountain snow expanding across the western USA. This vigorous storm brings in some much-needed moisture for the region. Now, while any rain and snow that falls across the west in the coming days will be beneficial for the drought conditions, we will be looking at a few hazards arising. Snow started falling in the higher elevations there in the Pacific Northwest Monday night. Yeah, rain kind of dampened some of the Halloween night festivities there. Through the night tonight, precip continues to work its way south and east, eventually making it to places like Central California, Eastern Oregon, Idaho, and Western Montana. Got a pretty significant dip in the jet stream out west that's going to be continuing to develop through the day, Wednesday, today. That's going to bring that colder air dropping into the region, not only causing temperatures to dip 5 to 10 degrees below normal for a good portion of the west, but it's also going to be sending those snow levels crashing down to some of the mountain pass levels. The Sierra Nevada is likely to bear the brunt of the significant accumulation, over a foot of snow between overnight tonight into Wednesday. Much of that's going to pile up over the course of just 6 to 12 hours, possibly resulting in unsuspecting motorists becoming stranded out there. Now, for those closer to sea level, the chilly conditions, the wet weather, that's going to be most noticeable here for midweek. Temperatures, though, are poised to take a nosedive across the western states. Some pretty exceptional chilly air for this time of year, early November. For some, this is going to be the coldest you've seen since back in the late springtime. Seattle probably not going to get out of the 40s now through at least Thursday. Portland will struggle to hit 50 degrees in that same time frame. Normally you're in the 50s and 60s this time of year for those two cities. But that snow continues to spread further south and east Thursday and Friday as that storm pushes across the Rockies. Heaviest snow will be confined to some of the higher elevations. A good 6 to 12 inches, not out of the question, in portions of Utah, Wyoming, and Colorado between now and Friday. Snow will reach the Four Corners states by late this week. Flagstaff, Arizona, you're going to get your first accumulation of the season. You typically record your first measurable snow around November 11th, so just a little bit early here. By the end of the week, fresh powder is going to coat the slopes of many of the ski resorts from the Cascades and the Sierra Nevada to the Rockies. It's going to give those areas kind of an early season jolt for the impending ski season, which they will not complain about that. The atmospheric river we describe from time to time. Forecasters say the storm responsible for the dreary start to November out west, it's going to have another powerful system knocking on the door by the time we get to the end of the week. A surge of moisture from the Pacific Ocean, a.k.a. the atmospheric river, is going to dump a lot of rain, widespread rainfall amounts 1 to 3 inches from western Washington down into northwestern California. A new storm that rolls into the west coming up this weekend to early next week brings an even lower snow level than what we're seeing with this first system early this week. Snow is likely to at least dip down to the hills around Seattle and Portland. Not out of the question, a few snowflakes may mix in close to sea level in western Washington and Oregon with that next storm. Looks like the forecast for early next week along the coast of Washington and northern Oregon is kind of an evolving scenario. Warmer air could filter in from the Pacific. That would mean less snow, or cold air could flow westward from the interior, which could allow some accumulating snow to fall all the way down to sea level. Now, accumulating snow is not the most likely scenario at this point for Seattle. Still rather early in the season to see snow in the Emerald City. But Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, about 10 miles south of Seattle's city center, sits about 250 feet higher in elevation than the city itself. At the airport, the earliest measurable snow on record there was October 27 of 1971. Forecasters say this active, snowy pattern is likely to continue in the Northwest next week with multiple storms headed for the region. By the end of next week, travel for some of the popular mountain passes may become very difficult to navigate, as feet of snow will be covering some of the elevated areas. Now, we're even monitoring from some snow levels to come down as far as the valley floor in parts of the Northwest. Now, again, that's looking ahead toward next week, but there you go. Getting ready for old man winter. Won't be long. You're going to be needing to have that wintered anti-gel being treating your fuel with some of the colder temperatures that'll be coming our way as we head into the winter months. There will also be a severe weather side with that same storm system. As we look ahead here the next couple of days, by the time we get into Thursday evening and on into the weekend, we'll kind of break some of that down for you as we progress through the overnight hours here tonight. Could see some pretty significant storms, damaging storms, as the setup is going to be the traditional clash of the air masses. The warming trend continues in the east, and that cold air dipping way down into the southwestern USA. There's going to be a pretty broad area, about 1,000-mile stretch from southwest to northeast, where we could see severe weather setting up there. Hello to Heavy D, first out of the box. Hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Everybody stay safe out there, and we keep on trucking. Hello to Gerald, having a Milky Way and a glass of milk, getting ready for the Overnight Drive. Well, that sounds like a way to get things started there. Philly Dan, I guess, in celebration mode, are you? Good job, Phillies. That's how you do it. 8-0, the final score. That's World Series action, of course. In other words, the Phillies are now up 2-1 over the Houston Astros. Dan said, I had to go to the closet and break out the old rabbit's foot. But all you drivers out there, keep on humping. It's hump day. Yeah, there you go. 5-7, copy the mail. Good morning, the tank. Checking in from New Mexico this morning. High pressure pumping, ready to roll. Joe Self is on board. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive crew. A nice 55 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia. Happy hump day, everybody. Have a great night. All right, good afternoon. Hammer down, everybody. Be safe. We got 54 degrees at the New York-Connecticut state line. I-84 eastbound tonight. Of course, that's Larry checking in. Good afternoon. Marianne, morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there, everybody be safe. Richard in Central Florida with 77 degrees. On over to Central Indiana, there's Deborah. Good morning, Steve. A nice 51 degrees here in Indiana. Hoping everyone stays safe out there driving tonight, especially my special driver. And have a wonderful Wednesday. We'll get to some of the other listeners checking in via YouTube, Facebook, and, of course, good to have you on board. We'll get to our calls as well. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, here we go. Hello to Mr. Sharp. There he says, Mr. Steve, keep our drivers up and informed. We'll do our best. That's what we're here for. Hillbilly Tex, hanging on to the mud flap. Let's go. Exit 81 off the Big 7-5, tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. Hello to the Michigan Mad Man this morning. Matthew's on board. Good morning, Steve. And Kevin the Cat. Happy National Ohio Day and National Deviled Eggs Day. Deviled Eggs Day? Really? They've got a day for everything, and I didn't realize there was actually a National Ohio Day, for what it's worth. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 56 degrees in Mount Vernon, Illinois. Let's see, 85 Tar Heel steers speeding across the heartland tonight. Special one-night only shout-out to the Big Rig Mattress. Thank you for your support that gives Steve a voice. Yes, indeed. Brian Mathis and the Big Rig Mattress, headquartered there in what used to be the carpet capital of the USA, Dalton, Georgia. I don't know if they still maintain that. Used to be, technically, it was the carpet capital of the world. I don't think they hold that title anymore because so much manufacturing has moved, like to China. Out of the box here. Morning, Lone Ranger. How's life been treating you?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. Ran up to Bridgeport, Connecticut today and bought another Corvette. I swore that when I retired I would never cross the Hudson River again, but I was forced to do so today. But I will not cross the George Washington Bridge. I will not get on the Cross Bronx Expressway. I go north and go across the Tappan Zee Bridge, which is now called the Mario Cuomo Bridge.
Oh.
Now, why in the world, in view of 15,000 dead senior citizens, they'd leave that name on there? But anyway, that's what it's called now. It's a nice bridge. They put a new one in there. So I dealt with all the crap, the middle lane truck drivers doing 50 miles an hour and all the traffic and the congestion. But I hook up my satellite radio and I get in the right lane and I just relax because I had an expensive car in the back and didn't want anybody to run into it. But I put insurance on it before I even bought it. So I just had not a good trip, but it was okay.
Made it back safely,
but Steve,
though.
I'm starting to feel positive about November 8th. We can't get comfortable, but it's looking pretty good. Now, what kind of sleazy tactics the Democrats might come up with in this last week, who knows? They can only win an election by cheating, so who knows what they're going to come up with. But there are two main agenda items, and I think this is where they're really screwing up. Their two main agenda items are abortion and climate change.
Yep.
Now, we got people here in the Northeast paying $6 a gallon for heating oil. For the average $2.75 tank that most people have in their basement, that's over $1,600 a month when it gets cold. You can go through a $2.75 tank if you have an older house, when it gets cold out and it's windy. Now, there's people that are retired, senior citizens that make, some of them get $1,000 a month Social Security, and that's all they have. So how in the world are they going to pay $1,600 a month just for heating oil? Forget about your food, forget about your gas, forget about your electric bill, everything else. People, and I hate to say this, but people literally, in my opinion, might freeze to death in their houses this winter.
Last time we spoke, it's been a few weeks, but last time we spoke, you were talking about your jobber for your heating oil was not allowing people to extend out and make payments. Pay $200 now and $200 to get through the winter. That they were wanting cash on the barrel money right now upon delivery. Yeah, how many people have an extra $1,500 on hand like that? Hold that thought, though. We got to get our news break here, bottom of the hour. Much to come on the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
It's looking like the party that wins 2 of the 3 closest states' Senate races will likely win the majority. Democrats are hoping to gain a seat in Pennsylvania. However, that race has become tighter. Democrat incumbents appear to have an edge in Arizona and New Hampshire, while close races in North Carolina, Ohio, and Wisconsin are starting to lean right. Meanwhile, in Israel, elections happened this week. Benjamin Netanyahu is poised to become the nation's next prime minister, according to Tuesday night's exit polls. Another study by Greenpeace found that of the 51 million tons of plastic waste U.S. households generated last year, just 2.4 million tons, or 5%, was recycled. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com. The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right. You can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll jump right back into it here. Left off with the Lone Ranger talking about, people having to make those choices. Do I put more gas in the car? Or do I buy more groceries? Or do I pay my home heating oil bill to try and stay warm in the dead of winter? Those decisions, for many, are going to be coming up. I mean, even going back to last winter, remember all the discussion about the number of people that were tapping their credit cards, buying their heating oil on credit, because that's pretty much the only way they could extend out the payments, right? Because I think in many cases, the oil suppliers, it's like, we gotta pay right now. Here's your delivery. Give us the cash. Last week we had talked about the Mansfield Energy. Mainstream media has finally begun, at least some have begun to actually cover this. They're kind of waking up to the diesel shortage. Mansfield said they're taking steps to prepare for the diesel shortage on the East Coast, issuing the advisory to any businesses that rely on the fuel to plan right now rather than panic. They kind of raised the red flag in the southeastern region of the U.S., speculating it could be from poor pipeline shipping economies and a historically low supply of reserves. On a normal day, they say, the East Coast, the markets along the East Coast have 50 million barrels in storage. Right now, it's less than 25 million available. A tight diesel supply will force prices to go up, which, of course, will eventually make it too expensive for some people. According to the company's press release, high prices would bring demand back down enough that it balances with the limited supply. Now, Mansfield warned that at the U.S. economy level, we're all consumers. We're going to feel pain at the pump. But for businesses that rely on diesel for their operations, supply, they say, will still be available. That's not to say there will be occasionally situations where there's a true physical lack of product. Some cities might run dry on diesel for a few days, at least at the terminal level. But the fuel supply chain is dynamic. Suppliers will rally to fill the gaps in supply, but in preparation. Mansfield advised bulk fuel buyers not to panic. Order fuel when they do not order fuel if you don't know whether it'll fit in the tank or not. Fuel should be available by normal means in most areas, they said. Now, for companies that do not have a large storage tank on site and instead rely on fueling off location, the fleet could be out of commission if the fuel supplier runs out of fuel. Now, they did say companies can reduce the risk of being out of commission by issuing emergency fleet cards that would give access to fuel in a trackable way, or you might consider actually installing a small tank for emergency fuel. Retail consumers should not expect to see widespread fuel stations with bags over the pumps. It may happen on occasion. When it does, you'll undoubtedly hear about it in the news, but in general, retail stations will find supply and keep on running. Yeah, the high prices, though, will simply get passed on to the customers. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Ranger. It's crazy times we're in, isn't it?
Well, it's actually dangerous times because last time we spoke, I told you my oil guy said people are using their credit cards.
Yes.
So some people, who really don't use their credit cards that much might have a low limit, like, $5,000. That's their limit. So at $1,600 a month, it doesn't take very long to get to $5,000, especially if you have to use your credit card for other things because you put all your money into your oil tank. But now you just mentioned diesel. Now, the report that I saw said that nationally, we have a 25-day supply of diesel fuel without replenishment. So they're also talking about possible rationing. Now, all I can say to the people who talk about rationing and the lack of diesel fuel, when the trucks stop, America stops, period. It's that simple. As far as the heating oil, I did what I thought was the best thing to do. I have an oil burner that also heats my hot water. Now, had I seen this coming, I was going to get one of those. They have a tankless hot water system, and it's real cheap. It's like $400 or $500. The water goes through it, and it instantly heats it. Now, my furnace has to keep running to keep the water hot because it provides the hot water for the house. So I wish I didn't have that, but for now I'm going to have to put up with it. But what I did was I ran out, when I saw this coming, I ran out and I bought some of these electric heaters, not the little stupid $15 ceramic ones, but the better ones with the wooden cabinet and whatnot. I went out and bought 4 of them, and I had trouble finding 4 because as soon as the word got out, this heating oil issue, I've been looking at this for a few months, but it just hit the news here recently because there's only 10% of people in this country that heat with heating oil. And I didn't know it was that low, but it is, mostly Northeast.
Yep.
So now it's out there. Everybody knows about it. As soon as they say shortage, everybody will run out and grab everything up. And even if there wasn't a shortage, they create one. And the best example is toilet paper. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
People run out buying 200 rolls of toilet paper. My God, you could have diarrhea every day and not use 200 rolls of toilet paper. But we're not talking about a little problem. We're talking about a serious problem here. If the trucks stop and if people can't buy heating oil, oh, by the way, my oil guy, I said to him recently, people still using their credit cards. He said, no, it's gotten worse. They're actually taking out home equity loans now as a backup in case they run out of money. Can you imagine? Well, it's bad enough you're going to pay 19% interest on your heating oil, but now you're going to have a home equity loan. In the beginning, it was just people using their vacation money, to get by, so they can't go on vacation now. But the what you're hearing now is what they're saying is they have to make a choice between heating and eating. That's the choice.
Yep.
So you're going to have people freezing to death, possibly, and I hope I'm wrong, starving to death, and I hope I'm wrong. But this is not a joke anymore. This is serious stuff. So now let's get to on your who provides the news? It said USA. Is that like USA Today? Is that what that is?
I think it's kind of like an independent organization, USA Radio News, which is not affiliated with USA Today.
They just said that in Pennsylvania and a couple other states, the Democrats have moved ahead. That is not true. Absolutely not true.
I was going to ask that was next on my question list. Is you reside in Pennsylvania, and they keep trying to say this race between Fetterman and Oz is razor thin, razor close, and that Fetterman might act. Who in the hell is in their right mind is going to vote for Fetterman in that state?
Steve, it's propaganda. There's a lot of stupid people in this country, and it's like rooting for the Phillies because they're ahead. Oh, I'm a Phillies fan. Some people like to look like they're smart, so they'll always be a fan of the team that's ahead, team that's in first place. Same thing with this. Some people don't know who to vote for, so they just listen to the news, and if it looks like everybody's voting for Fetterman, well, I better vote for Fetterman because I'm a moron, but other people might know more than me, so I better listen to other people, what they're doing. But here's what we have with this Fetterman. Now, I went a few days ago. There's a program that I fell in love with called Cross Country. The host is Lawrence Jones. He goes to diners around the country and talks to the people.
Mm-hmm.
I am burned out on listening to these phony politicians. I want to hear what the people have to say around the country. So I watch that show every night. It's on Saturday night about 10 o'clock. But I actually went to Reading, Pennsylvania. He was at a diner down there and met him. Super nice guy. I had a lot to say to him about what's going on, but unfortunately he went to the tables where there was like 4 or 5 people so you could get multiple opinions, at one time and cover them. But it's pretty neat how they do the show to watch it. But anyway, we got this between Oz. Now, if you look on Facebook, you got people who are criticizing Oz for being successful. They did the same thing with Donald Trump, and that's how I respond to when I see this. Oh, Oz, he's a millionaire. He's got 10 houses, blah, 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 blah. He's got this, he's got that. Well, what the hell is wrong with being successful? What kind of shape was this country in the last time we had a successful businessman for president? I was doing pretty good myself. I don't know about you. But they're criticizing Oz for being successful. It's the class envy thing, I guess they call it.
Mm-hmm.
So now you got this guy, his opponent is Fetterman. He's lieutenant governor. I don't know what his accomplishments are as lieutenant governor. I haven't heard of anything, really. He doesn't talk about it. He does the same thing that they did with Trump. He never talks about what he can do or what he did or what he accomplished. He just criticizes us. Same thing with Trump. So now I have a voter guide here that they sent me in the mail. Here's what John Fetterman is for. He is yes on abortion on demand. He is no on withdrawal from the Iran nuclear deal. He's yes on legalizing recreational marijuana. He's no on photo voter ID laws, no on protecting girls' sports. He's yes on Medicare for all. Who's going to pay for it? He's yes on immigration sanctuary cities. How's that working out in San Francisco?
Mm-hmm.
He's no on taxpayer protection pledge. He's yes on taxpayer funding for abortions. And he flip-flopped on fracking. Fracking in Pennsylvania provides $80,000 jobs and was very, very beneficial in us becoming energy independent. We were energy independent just a couple years ago. Now we have Dementia Joe running around begging people that hate us to increase their production instead of going down to Oklahoma and Texas and asking the people down there to increase their production. We haven't had a refinery built in 20-some years, I guess. But what incentive do oil companies have to invest money in anything when he comes to the podium and says he's going to put them out of business?
Correct.
Why would you invest millions or billions of dollars into a business that the government's going to put you out? So here's this guy, Fetterman. I don't know why he ever left his job on the Addams Family, but apparently he's trying to become a senator. And he says that now, okay, he had a stroke. Okay, I hope he gets better. But he had the stroke on a Friday, and that Tuesday after that Friday was the election for the primary.
Primary, yeah.
And he became their candidate for Senate a few days after he had a stroke. No time to recoup, no time to get better. So now the narrative is, oh, well, he's getting better. He's going to be fine. The guy can't even talk. He has to have a machine where he can read. He can't comprehend anything. And again, I hope he gets better, but he's got this big lump on his neck. That's why he was wearing them hoodies all the time. He had the hoodie lifted up so you couldn't see that lump on his neck. He's never explained what that lump is. And the worst part is he's saying he's going to get better. He's going to be fine, but he won't release his medical records. He won't prove that he might get fine. So I'm not going to take his word for it. He has no accomplishments, where Oz is a total success story. He's a doctor. He's this, he's that. And this guy Fetterman has rich parents. He sponged off his parents till he was 49 years old. So he's coming in just like Biden came in. Biden came in with no accomplishments after 48 years as a public servant. And let's not forget, he's a two-time loser. He ran for president in 88 and lost. He ran for president in 2008 and lost. So we elected a two-time loser with no accomplishments, and look at what we have. Then, of course, he picks his vice president based on affirmative action, and she had no accomplishments, and she was the first one to drop out in the primary. Nobody wanted her. She got no points whatsoever. Dropped out. So this is what we have. This is when you hire people and elect people with no accomplishments, this is what you have. Look what we're stuck with. So now what's happening that I see, it used to be Republican versus Democrat, blah, blah, blah. A lot of people vote along party lines instead of voting on the candidate. But now everybody is paying high prices for groceries and gas. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, right now you are suffering. And it's getting worse. So now that's why I think we're seeing this change in these. I mean, to have a mayor or a governor in New York that's a Republican, that hasn't happened in friggin' decades. So I see things changing, but I'm so afraid of what kind of sleazy tactics they're going to come up with at the last minute. Let's not forget, when we went to bed on Election Day, Trump was ahead. And when we woke up, Biden was ahead. So what happened in the middle of the night? Well, they had them drop boxes. People were dropping hundreds of ballots at a time with no vetting, nobody there to check them. Who knows where they came from? Who knows if they're even real people? We don't know. So we got to sit back and be cautious, because Republicans, before they start spiking the ball, they better pay attention, because the Democrats have some sleazy tactics up their arms. And I hope we do okay, because we can't survive 2 more years of Dementia Joe and Camel Toe, because we are going down the drain. And I hate to say it, I love this country, but Steve, it's just, how much worse can it get?
Right.
How many people that are going to vote on November 8th care about abortion and climate change when they're going to starve to death and freeze to death in their house? People in New York, they just said on the news that Uber went up 70% in their business in New York because people are scared to death to get on a subway and on a train, because there's so much abuse and beatings and stuff taking place.
Yep.
So we are on such a downhill slide into third worldism. And I hope November 8th, changes things, hopefully. All right, I'm going on too long, taking up your time. I'll talk to you later.
All right, we'll move the next business at hand, as we call it. But it's 844-844-3388. We'll return in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, great to have you on board here as we make our way into midweek hump day, right? Let's see. Time Lord 2020 says, good morning from Ohio. Maybe a new listener there. First time I've seen that name. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from just east of Macon, Georgia. On I-16, 57 degrees on my way to South Carolina. This time next week, I'm hoping we'll be witnessing the red tsunami and a start in turning this country back to sanity. We can only hope and pray, right? Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Jimmy Jammer. There he is. Jimmy Jammer checking in tonight. Let's see. Michael Cooper. Everybody have a safe night. Happy trails. Life's going to get better for all of us. I truly believe America will never be defeated. We will learn from all these difficult experiences. Shields high, my friends. That's positive thinking, Michael. Yes, it is. Let's see, IP, cool and breezy here in eastern Kentucky tonight. Gilligan's on board. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners driving in the moonlight. Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia, 52 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Gail says, hello from Longview, Texas this hour. Eskimo Mom getting our week started there, right? Happy hump day or Wednesday. On my way to the Indy store this morning. Watching for some of that fog later tonight. Right now, it's clear, 48 degrees. Timothy, good evening, Steve. Nice evening here at the home base in Michigan. Couple of days of R&R, then it's back to the old grind. I did catch the SpaceX launch there on Tuesday. Yes, another perfect landing for the boosters. And those along the Space Coast got the double sonic boom. Yeah, that was the Falcon Heavy launch that went off without a glitch this past day. Yeah, I'll give you the full update on that coming up here. Hello to the Sex Maniacs, 65, headed back to Gary, Indiana, 54 degrees. Happy hump day, everybody. Dale is on board, getting ready to head to New York City, 52 degrees here in Lancaster County, PA. Only 2 more wins, and the Phillies are World Series champions. Yeah, up 2 games to 1. Yeah, so good luck to the Phillies there. All right, hello to Pappy, 49 degrees on the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. 6 words, Steve. Stock up on food and water. Thank you, Pappy. All right, who else we got here? Eddie, good morning from Knoxville, Tennessee. 60 degrees, 60 calm degrees at this hour, by the way. And Timothy, how about a 38,000-gallon capacity in our 777? Imagine breaking out your wallet for that bill. 38,000-gallon capacity? That'll cost you a few pennies. All right, let's see. Buckeye Boy said mainstream media has not really covered the shortage because they don't want Democrats to look bad so close to the midterms. Oh, yeah, anything that's going to make them look bad. You're correct about that. That's why they don't want to focus on the diesel shortage. Yeah, I don't know. I did have the story that said mainstream, or didn't focus on mainstream. It said the media is waking up to a diesel shortage. I have no idea if the likes of CNN or MSNBC, are they covering it? Yeah, maybe hearing something about it on the evening news, ABC, CBS, those sort of things, the big three, but I'm not actually sure. I don't even get to catch the main evening news anymore because that's when I'm snoozing. That's sleeping time for me, so I don't catch any of it. And when I am awake, honestly, I just cannot stomach tuning into the likes of those left-leaning liberal networks. I'll go to Fox News, and they're turning left too, as a matter of fact. But, all right, we'll get our top of the hour news update. Captain Ron on board, and is that Jolly Green checking in? We'll find out coming up on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
President Biden took a trip to Florida on Tuesday to help his party campaign ahead of next week's elections. He tore into Republican proposals to change Social Security and Medicare.
The vast majority live day to day relying on Social Security and Medicare and maybe a little help from their families. That's why I'm going to keep fighting for these programs, because I believe, the word my dad used all the time, everyone's entitled to be treated with dignity.
2016 was certainly proof that polling is often wrong. Has the method of gathering data improved since then?
As mainstream media is claiming record turnout numbers this cycle, in reality it's down 5% from the 2018 midterms. Pollster John McLaughlin on Newsmax says this is no mistake.
Most of these mainstream media outfits are run by Democrats or former Democrats, and they have Democrats, George Stephanopoulos has a say about ABC. Chuck Todd has a say about NBC. I mean, they've been biasing polls and underpolling Republicans, and it's intentional.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
U.S. News and World Report has named the best places to retire in 2022. Topping the list, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, due to its health care for seniors, low taxes for retirees, and the overall happiness of current residents. Call it an Amish paradise. Pennsylvania has the most cities on the list. Also of note are Toledo, Ohio, and New York City. A law now in effect in the Big Apple requires employers advertising jobs there to include a salary range that they're willing to pay the successful applicants for every job, promotion, and transfer opportunity advertised. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Developers have broken ground on what they say will be the tallest residential building south of New York City. Miami's Waldorf Astoria is poised to be South Florida's tallest skyscraper at 100 stories and will feature 205 hotel guest rooms and 360 luxury condo residences. The super tall structure is controversial. Not only is it in the way of the flight path for Miami International Airport, but with last year's collapse in nearby Surfside that killed 98 people, building a structure of its kind so close to sea level that can stand hurricane-force winds is also of concern. The National Brotherhood of Railway Signalmen has voted to reject a 5-year contract with the nation's largest rail companies, reviving the threat of a nationwide strike.
Our members, railroad signalmen, rejected this deal because they need sick time. They need to be able to take a day of sick day when they have the flu, or they have a doctor's appointment, or they have a family member who is sick.
The World Cup kicks off in Qatar on November 20th. FIFA says police officers are not to approach, detain, or prosecute people displaying rainbow flags, a globally recognized symbol of LGBTQ pride, or disrupt fans marching and chanting in the streets. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All-American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. And we roll into hour number 2 here on a Wednesday morning. Hope your week's going well. Boy, it's hard to imagine. Boom, midweek already. They got the latest numbers from the Energy Information Administration. They're on Halloween Day. Prices at the pump, which shows national average for a gallon of diesel did drop just over 2 cents. Now, they say the national average is now at $5.31 per gallon. Again, that's the Energy Information Administration. Kind of talked about it last week. They survey like 400 stations around the country. Whereas ProMiles, which is a separate organization, ProMiles has a direct link to literally thousands of stations and their prices around the country. ProMiles this past day said the national average is at $5.36, so about a nickel higher than what the Energy Information Administration reported. But as far as all the media outlets, they all follow the actual Energy Information Administration. They did say 6 regions saw a drop in prices. Largest drop was in California, down just over 7 cents, but their average price is still $6.25 a gallon. They're in California. I'm looking here, pretty much every region, with the exception of the Gulf Coast, is over $5 per gallon. The Gulf Coast, just a few cents under, $4.96 per gallon. There's your numbers. Prices at the pump for what it's worth. Captain Ron on board. What's happening, Captain Ron?
Happy Friday. Well, it's Friday for me this week. I'm going to take a few days off. We're going to Savannah for the weekend for our anniversary. But you mentioned the rabbit's foot earlier. Somebody did. It's not too lucky for the rabbit, is it?
Well, that's true. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah. Well, as I suspected, they put the Florida State fuel tax back in the gas yesterday, and on my way into work, I saw a station that was $3.51 a gallon. It went up from $3.19, but they added 7 cents on top of that. I'm going by Lake Station right now. It's $5.59 for diesel credit. Cash is 5 cents cheaper, but I guess everybody pays by credit, don't they?
I don't know many truckers that carry a couple of grand in their pocket. Do you?
No.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely not. I got that married man's wallet. You know what that is?
Probably an empty wallet.
It's empty.
There you go.
Right. I had it all planned out to watch that rocket lift off this morning, and I was thinking of a spot that I could watch it on from good visibility, and I ended up forgetting all about it until I got home. I'd already missed it. That was kind of a bummer, but I didn't hear no sonic boom or anything in Clearwater.
No?
Nope, I didn't hear nothing. But I agree with Ranger's call. That was a good call. I love hearing his calls. And I kind of feel the same way. You know, the only way they can win is to cheat. I don't think Biden and Camel Toe are the problem.
Right.
I think the problem is the people that vote for them idiots. You know? The alphabet community, all they care about is who they can marry. And people born like 80 and after, all they care about is the green issue, the green energy. They don't care what their vote is doing to the old people or the inflation or anything else. It's just that's all they're concerned about. From what I know, from what I see. But anyway, I guess that's about all I got. I got a couple more words for you, and thank you for taking my call. And those 2 words are made in America. Have a good night.
All right. Thanks, Captain Ron. So there you go. He said what prices jumped up to back up another close to 30 cents is what it sounds like there with the elimination of I think it was 26 cents a gallon fuel tax there in the state of Florida. And I would just assume that'll have an impact on the regional price in the Southeast when the numbers are released a week from now. You're going to see that reflected. Prices at the pump. Any of those states, which there's been a handful of them that have knocked out that state fuel tax. When they do that for a month or 2 months, whatever it is, obviously that's reducing the price in that region of the country. That's all going to be, again, reflected in the coming days. Hey, the Iowa Department of Transportation asking drivers make alternate parking plans ahead of a planned rest area closure. That's going to start here in a week or so, coming up starting at 9 a.m. November the 14th. The Iowa DOT will close the rest area on southbound I-35 at the 51-mile marker near St. Charles. That's primarily used by commercial motor carriers, according to the DOT, because the ramp from the rest area to I-35 is on an incline. Large vehicles often have trouble getting traction to merge onto I-35 during the winter, which causes a dangerous situation on the roadway there. So they're going to close it through the winter. They plan to reopen the rest area sometime in late April of next year. It doesn't mention how many parking spaces that might typically accommodate, but through the winter months, make alternate plans. And no surprise, I guess we should divvy up a DA of the Week nominee for another driver here. In this day and age, if you don't know by now that there are GPS devices designed for the everyday motoring public, if you're driving a big truck, a high-profile vehicle, you need a GPS that is specific for the trucking community, or, again, high-profile vehicles that will notify you of low overpasses and things of that nature. This driver ignored the warning signs for the low bridge. He said, I was just following my GPS directions in upstate New York. A lot of these low overpasses in New York. Halloween. Deputies say the 37-year-old Omar Clark was driving east on the Onondaga Lake Parkway, following his GPS directions when he ignored the warning signs for the low bridge. Of course, the truck hit the bridge so hard it flipped onto its side. According to the Syracuse News, Clark sustained some minor injuries in the wreck, transported to a hospital with body pain. Either way, the bridge clearance was marked at 10 feet 9 inches. The trailer was empty at the time of the incident. I guess that's lucky because there would have been a lot bigger mess. But all eastbound lanes and one westbound lane closed for several hours till they could get that cleared up. Anyway, he was cited for disobeying a traffic control device, scheduled to appear in court on November the 10th. Hey, back to the calls here. Who we got? Is that Jolly Green or who is it?
It is Jolly Green. Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. I thought it was time for me to check in. Wife and I just got back from Niagara Falls, New York. We left on October 15th, and I want to warn everybody that if you've never been to Niagara Falls, if you go off-peak, it is definitely the time to go, but the problem is on the American side, if you're hungry after 4 o'clock, you can just forget it because there are no restaurants open after 4 o'clock in Niagara Falls, New York on the American side.
Really?
Now, I could not believe it. And we found a casino that was real close to there, within a couple blocks away, that had about 10 restaurants in there. And I told the wife, the next time we go up there, we're going to go and stay in that casino because they had a lot of nice restaurants in there, a buffet and Horton's Donuts. They had bar food, and then they had the Italian, Japanese, and then regular gourmet food, and it was excellent. So we ate in there a couple times. But there are no fast food restaurants close to Niagara Falls on the American side, none. There's no McDonald's, no Burger King, no Wendy's, no Popeyes, no KFC.
Wow.
So, and anybody that knows Jolly Green knows that he loves that Popeye chicken. And so for an entire week, I was definitely was withdrawing from not eating Popeye chicken. And the only place that had it was over on the Canadian side. So we didn't get over to Canada until Friday because it had rained Monday through Thursday. So we finally went over to Canada on Friday. And let me tell you something. One thing I can say about Canada, they are thorough. If you got to roll down your windows, I want to make sure there's nobody else in there besides you and whoever the passports are, that to make sure that there's nobody in there besides what the passport says.
Mm-hmm.
So I noticed that the Border Patrol in Canada and America were doing the exact same thing. They want to know why you're going there and how long you're going to be there. So, and of course, I didn't know the procedures, and I have only been in Canada one time in 40 years. And back then, you didn't need a passport to go in. But so we didn't have any problem. But I will tell you, the Canadian side is wonderful. And the only problem is if you're going to take and eat and do anything on the Canadian side, you want to use a credit card or a debit card because there is a conversion problem between what Canadian cash is and versus American cash. So if you use a debit card, it automatically converts it back to American cash. So it's pretty easy if you use a debit card. Now, the reason I called, a couple months ago, Jolly Green, it was time for him to get his DOT physical. So I have to go. I have a CPAP machine, and I have sleep apnea, so I have to sleep with a CPAP machine. So I had to go to a company that handles that, and I had to get my sleep report for the last 3 months. So I go over there, and I called them and told them that I was coming to get the report. And what they forgot to tell me is my machine had not been reporting data since April of this year.
Wow.
So here I am within 3 days of going to my DOT physical with no sleep data since April of this year. Now, why? Why? The 3G network went down, and when it went down, it took my CPAP machine with it. So my CPAP machine is working. It does have a memory card in it, and I'm going to see my doctor next Monday concerning this issue. I'm going to find out. I'm going to actually see if I can look at the data in my CPAP machine on my computer before I go see my doctor. But here I am, trying to get a new machine. He said I was eligible for a new machine, and I can't get one. You got to have a prescription. And I said, well, all I want to do is buy one. Well, you can't do that. We only deal with insurance companies. So all these hoops you got to jump through.
Yeah.
So I asked them, I said, you knew these machines were going down. Why didn't you call and why didn't you tell some? Why didn't you call us and let us know? Do you realize how many customers we got? I said, duh, never heard of email? You couldn't do a blanket email. So this company dropped the ball on several opportunities, and they did not service this customer. I could have been disqualified because of it. Thank God I had a reasonable DOT doctor, and she said next time to have 3 months sleep study or sleep information. So now I got to go back to my doctor, and I have to go through another sleep study, and then I'm going to have to take in, I got to get a prescription written out. And and you're going to love this, they're on 3-month back order. 3-month back order on CPAP machines. So I can't even get a CPAP machine for 3 months. So thank God my CPAP machine works. It's just not transmitting the data.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to warn any drivers out there, Heat Wave, And all drivers that use a CPAP machine, check to make sure your machine is communicating with with the app or on the internet or on the telephone line. Make sure your machine is communicating with whoever you're doing business that supplies to your machine. Make sure that your data is being transmitted. Because if it's not, you need to do something about it. So right now, I got till August of next year to get this corrected, and I need to update my machine, or I need to get a new machine, which is what I'm working on. And you're looking at anywhere between $800 to $2,000 for a new CPAP machine. So I just want to warn other drivers that if you use a CPAP machine, one of them I know is Country Bumpkin, and I know He-Wave. You want to make sure that you're transmitting data so that way you have that data ready for the DOT doctor.
Yeah.
So it's really all I got to say for tonight. We had a great time up in Niagara Falls. Never been there before, but I'll tell you what, you definitely got to go over on the Canadian side. It was wonderful, absolutely wonderful over there. And where we were at on the American side, we were within walking distance of the falls on the American side. And we got to ride on a boat that was called Maid of the Mist, and we got up and personal with that Niagara Falls. And yes, Jolly Green got wet. So, but I'll tell you what, it was a great time. Very, very, the Niagara River is absolutely gorgeous. Definitely not the Ohio River. I'll tell you that.
No kidding.
I mean, the water looked absolutely clean. It really, truly did, Steve. You never been up there. We left at 12 o'clock on October 15th, was sitting up there at 6:30, 455 miles at 70 miles an hour. So, I mean, it was just an easy drive for me. Being a truck driver, it was easy. But that's really all I got to say for tonight. I am listening tonight, so I heard that Sec Mayak has been putting both his feet in his mouth, so I'm glad he's calling. But either way, man, have a good night, and all the cartoon characters, everybody be safe tonight, and we'll talk to you later.
Man, I got somebody I want you to look up and maybe give a call to, because I think he could probably help you out. I mean, for years I dealt with Greg McDermott. Go to the website, InterstateSleepApneaSolutions.com. InterstateSleepApneaSolutions.com. It's all one word. But Greg McDermott's the guy, and he can help you out with you can do the at-home sleep study thing, and he can hook you up. If you're looking to pay out of pocket especially, he's got access to he could write you the prescription, and he could get you the apnea machine himself, and he can do the monitoring, all that stuff. That's what he does.
Well, do me a favor, if you could. I will definitely do that, Steve, with no problem. But I need that information. If you could take it, maybe either instant message me on Facebook or whatever, or post it on your site. I'll go retrieve that information. And I'll stand her and I'll get in touch with the guy, because yes, I'm looking for a solution, and it is a complicated problem. You have to have a prescription to get one, which is ridiculous, because all I need is my machine updated. And well, it's not going to do any good. Now it looks like I'm going to have to buy a new machine, and I don't care about the money, Steve. I just want to be in compliance with the DOT regulation.
Absolutely.
That's really what this is all about.
Well, that's exactly what he does, and he works within the trucking industry anyway, so he knows all about what you're dealing with, and he has, like I said, he can write the prescription and everything. He's a respiratory therapist, so I'll get you his information. Amen. All righty?
Yeah, if you could, you and I are connected on Facebook. If there's any way, get that information to me. You can instant message me in private, or you can post it on your site. I don't care if everybody sees it or not.
Right. Yeah,
if it will help somebody else out, Steve, that's great. All right.
Okay. Right. I've got access to your phone number. I jotted that down here, so I can get in contact with you if you don't mind that way. Is that okay?
No. Steve, go ahead and text me. You're always welcome to my phone number, Steve. You and we've talked in private before. over on He-Wave. So, I mean, I'm pretty well aware of some of the problems you've been dealing with, and I hope you get on regular radio soon. And He-Wave and all them and Chevy guy told me Friday what you've been trying to do, and I do support that, Steve, by the way. I always have. So, like I said there, I've been listening to you for years, and I will continue on listening to you no matter what.
All
okay?
Right. Very good. Hey,
So,
all right. Thank you. I've been mentioning you off and on here because I knew you had, like you said, we're Facebook friends, and I knew he had been there in Niagara Falls, but I didn't realize he was up there for nearly 2 weeks, right? Just finally getting back. So a little bit of an extended vacation there, right? So there you go. And anyone out there, if you're going to pull up that website, Interstate Sleep Apnea Solutions, I can vouch for Greg McDermott, good guy, knows what he's talking about. And there you go, InterstateSleepApneaSolutions.com. Got a news break here coming up in about a minute from now, after which we'll get around to, hey, what day is it? And more of your calls at 844-844-3388. A breaking story last evening that we shared, the Delphi, Indiana, the murder case from, what was it, 6 years ago now? I think 2017, right? The slayings of Abby Williams and Libby German. An arrest has been made, kind of all caught us by surprise. I just thought that was a case that would never be solved after that amount of time. But more details came out this past day, and some of it's rather startling. We'll share more on that coming up as well as we roll into a Wednesday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
It's looking like the party that wins 2 of the 3 closest states' Senate races will likely win the majority. Democrats are hoping to gain a seat in Pennsylvania. However, that race has become tighter. Democrat incumbents appear to have an edge in Arizona and New Hampshire, while close races in North Carolina, Ohio, and Wisconsin are starting to lean right. Meanwhile, in Israel, elections happened this week. Benjamin Netanyahu is poised to become the nation's next prime minister, according to Tuesday night's exit polls. Another study by Greenpeace found that of the 51 million tons of plastic waste U.S. households generated last year, just 2.4 million tons, or 5%, was recycled. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com. The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right. You can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, in regards to Jolly Green and his 3G service, I didn't realize CPAP machines might have fallen into the category of relying on that 3G network. We had talked about it quite a bit through the final months of 2021 because the phase-out started early in the year, depending on which carrier you relied on. Incrementally throughout the year, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, they all had selected months when they would stop supporting that 3G network. And, they were advising people, check, because as the carriers shut down the 3G networks, because it relies on older technology, as they were making room for the more advanced, the 5G. And as a result, a lot of older cell phones, a lot of, especially if you had the older, like the flip phones and things like that, those are the much older phones, could not, no longer make or receive calls or texts, couldn't even call 911 on them or use any of the data service. So it was 3G mobile phones and even some older 4G mobile phones. If they didn't support the voice over LTE, as they call it, Volt, VOLTE, or HD voice. So it started like AT&T phased their 3G network out in February. Verizon, I think they're not shutting down till the end of the year. The Verizon. So there's still people out there, if you've got the older and you still have the 3G network, come December 31 is the slated date I'm looking at here. December 31st of this year. Most of the others have shut down. I'd venture a guess that Jolly Green was on maybe a T-Mobile service because they finished shutting down the Sprint 3G CDMA network like at the end of March 31st of this year. And I think he said as of April, his was no longer sending. Sprint's 4G LTE network ended like June 30th of this year. They also shut down like the T-Mobile 3G UMTS network July the 1st of this year. So there you go. So, and again, I didn't realize that even some of the CPAPs, I do know that as far as trucking's concerned, a lot of the older ELDs that relied on the connectivity thing, that they stopped working with the phase out of the 3G network. But that's something, because there's millions of people on those CPAP machines. And, of course, in some occupations like driving a truck, you've got to be downloading that data. I wonder how many like him were unaware and weren't notified, hey, we're not getting your data. So April, May, June, July, August, for 6 months they weren't getting any data. And he just comes to find out now. Well, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. I guess we're back to doing this. How does this come around so quick there? So I guess we better go, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Hump day.
There you go. So did Jolly Green say, I wish he knew he was going there. I would have got him in touch there with a buddy of mine up there in Niagara Falls there. Roscoe there. He rents barrels in Niagara Falls there.
Oh yeah.
So, but he's got a pretty good rate on him. But he does sell an insurance plan on him. So if something drastic happens to the barrel there while it's in your custody, that there's an insurance plan you can check out there if you want. But if anybody go to Niagara Falls there and interested in a barrel there, and look up my buddy Roscoe there. He'll put you in good contact with the barrel, his barrel service there.
How many have not survived attempting that little maneuver there at Niagara Falls?
Yeah, I think there's more that haven't than have.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you might want to get the insurance there. Don't be cheap on the insurance on the barrel there.
Boy, oh boy.
Because you don't have to be buying a barrel. But anyways, so I was listening to Ranger a little bit. I got to hear part of his call there, and we were talking about the election coming up. Now, I did see something on the news last night that they were saying a lot of the Pennsylvania people are going to split their vote between the Democrats and the Republicans, and they're probably going to vote Republican for Dr. Oz, but in the governor race, they're going to vote Democrat because they think the Republican candidate, they were saying that, the Republicans weren't going to like the Republican candidate for governor because he was too radical. So I don't, again, how much is propaganda, news propaganda and all that, but so that's what was kind of being broadcast on the news that I saw last night about that. And so here's a question for you, and I emailed this to you a while back. I don't know if you read it on the air or not, but you were talking about them Alaskan king crabs up there, and how there's 11 billion of them. They've counted out 11 billion of them missing. Did they go on vacation or got eaten or what all happened to them?
Right.
But anyways, they know there's 11 billion. Now I can't imagine counting 11 billion to begin with, but is there any way we can get these people that count these king crabs to come out and maybe on election day? Could we hire them for election day to count the votes? Because apparently they can count all those crabs, but do you think they'd be able to count the votes quicker than we count the votes now?
When you look at those numbers, and now and you're right. How do you come up with a figure like hey, there's 11 billion less snow crabs there? Billion.
That's yeah, with a B. It's not so, but to shut down the whole industry and everything. That's pretty amazing. So you talk about people now. There's people that are going to be relying on fuel oil and stuff to keep warm and that. And they have no income now to support it. So that ought to be an interesting situation up there. But anyway, I don't know what else we got going for you. We had a couple other little things, but I guess that's about all we got. You got the important thing out of the way. I guess according to the AccuWeather gods there, we're supposed to have high temperatures like summertime around here now. It's supposed to be in the 70s all week here for the next, the full extended forecast, 7-day forecast out was 70-degree temperatures for highs there, 50s for lows, and maybe down to 40s in the 40s, but probably only down to the 50s, and then as I say, up into the 70s for high, and no rain in the forecast, so we can't do anything to help. No, we don't do it. We don't help the Mississippi anyway. That's not our problem. That's somebody else's problem. So, but anyways, hey, with all that nonsense there, we'll let you get out there and see if we can find an intelligent caller there. How about it?
All right, the weather we're going to have is pretty much what we are sending your way, because that's exactly where. Right. Well, 67 they're saying today, but yeah, 72 Thursday, 75 Friday, 75 Saturday. Yeah, we're sending it all your way.
Okay, then. Well, we'll take all you got there, because we still got things we're trying to get done outside, and the great leaf harvest has started here. The oak trees have started dropping their leaves, so we have the great leaf harvest. So anybody needs about 12, 15 tons of leaves there, let me know. I can hook you up. So anyways, but all right, hey, with that, we'll let you go, and if we come up with something else there by the end of the show, maybe we'll give you a ringy-dingy back or something.
All right, have a great hump day. Be careful out there. I did a quick search. Now, he was being facetious there, by the way. He was kidding about his buddy that rents barrels. It is very illegal to do that. But the question, well, how many people have gone in a barrel over Niagara Falls? It says 19 people have tried to ride Niagara Falls in a barrel, or in worse than a barrel. 4 died. 6 were stopped before they could try it. 9 actually made the fall and lived to tell the tale. No matter what your method, going over Niagara Falls is illegal. And if you happen to be a survivor, you will face charges and you will face stiff fines on either side of the border. There you go. Who was the first person to go over Niagara Falls in a barrel? Yeah, they believe, what was it, George Stathakis, who posed on his barrel before taking the plunge in 1930. He was a Greek immigrant who decided to take a barrel over the falls, hoping to raise money to publish his books on metaphysics at the time. He constructed a hulking 10-foot barrel that weighed nearly a ton. A surly, indestructible vehicle, okay. Not sure if he was one of the survivors or not, but I guess, okay, there you go. It's 844-844-3388. The Delphi, Indiana murder mystery. If you missed the story last evening, the report from the Indiana State Police was they had indeed made an arrest of 50-year-old Richard Allen, charged with counts of murder in the 2017 slayings of Abby Williams and Libby German. Now, the update yesterday was they said in that initial story he was a local. He actually worked at the CVS, one of the CVS pharmacies there, I guess in Delphi, Indiana. The grandmother of Libby German said this past day that the man arrested, accused of killing her granddaughter, unbelievably was also the man who actually printed off the pictures of Libby's funeral. CVS confirmed Allen was an employee at their Delphi store. State records show he was a licensed pharmacy technician. But Libby's grandmother, Becky Patty, said Allen was the guy who printed off the pictures that were used at the girl's funeral. She said Allen didn't charge the families for the photographs. Becky said she doesn't like she doesn't feel like she thought she would when she heard the news of an arrest. I've always said that I'd be screaming at the rooftops, but we're not. We're not. It's sad. For more than 5 years, the search for the killer has literally consumed this family. Now they're left wondering what to do next. We're all just kind of feeling our way and figuring out what our purpose is now. They're now left to face the harsh reality that this guy has actually been living amongst them the whole time. A member of the community, right? Now, she said, I don't know the gentleman personally. Yeah, also, I've probably seen him. I mean, it is a small community. But definitely, I don't personally know him. When asked whether he thinks anyone in the small town knew about Alan and kept quiet, Patty said he didn't want to speculate. He seemed to indicate that this small of a community, it'd be hard to imagine otherwise. As for what they'd say to Alan if they could talk to him, he said, I'll save those words for when I see him face to face. Now that they have an arrest, the Patty family says, the hard part now really just begins. An arrest isn't good enough. We have to now get a conviction. I know that there's another job and another hill we're going to have to climb ahead of us, but we're up for the challenge. Anna Williams, the mother of Abby, the other girl, didn't have any comment as she left the press conference. The Patty family said that they still want to help investigators as much as they can, since this is indeed still an ongoing investigation. They're actually still asking anyone who has any relevant information to call the tip line there, which, over the period of all those years, I think they had received thousands of tips. People who had looked at the grainy images of the individual they believed might be the suspect. So many people said, hey, that looks like this guy or that guy. And but time after time after time, all those tips came back empty. All right, it's 844-844-3388. We'll return in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As we roll into the month of November here, November 2nd, believe it or not, 11/2, today, Wednesday, hump day. Got some retail promos going on around the country out there if you're looking to pick up some everyday diesel treatment. We'll start off with the O'Reilly Auto Parts locales around the country, where you can save $3 off a bottle of the 16-ounce everyday diesel treatment through November the 29th. All right, so and this is the 16-ounce, like the square bottle with you squeeze the bottle so you can measure the dose for how many gallons you want to treat. One 16-ounce bottle, by the way, will treat up to, I believe, 400 gallons of diesel. Also at O'Reilly Auto Parts, you got $3 off the FR3 Friction Reducer, the 16-ounce bottle through November the 29th. And also at O'Reilly Auto Parts, you've got $4 off your 64-ounce bottles of Diesel Extreme. All those promos through the month of November there, the 64-ounce Diesel Extreme at O'Reilly Auto Parts. All right, so, and I guess yesterday, I thought just maybe we could get some sort of an update. I know Kyle and a whole bunch of the crew are there in Las Vegas. The SEMA show, the big show, kicked off yesterday at the Las Vegas Convention Center there. So if you're one of those, if you may be going to get through there, it runs Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, November 1st through the 4th. So, kind of, isn't that an unusual schedule for a show like that to run on all weekdays? Most of the big shows I thought ran like a Thursday through a Sunday or a Friday, Saturday, Sunday kind of thing. This is a Tuesday through Friday event at the Las Vegas Convention Center. But again, it's a big event. Of course, Hot Shot Secret is there with the presents. They've got the Hot Shot Secret booth. And in the booth, I saw the video where they were loading in. It's Anthony Smith and the Hercules race car. You'll find that there at the SEMA show this week. I thought maybe we'd get an update from Kyle or somebody there, how things got going there as they kicked off day number 1. Of course, it's only 11 o'clock in the evening there, right? A little before 11 o'clock, as a matter of fact. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls. Who we got on the line? It says Ocala.
Ocala bound?
That would be you.
Yes,
Okay.
that's me. Hey, I just responded to Jolly Green. I have a CPAP machine that was recalled, and I don't know if I can say the company's name, but I've been waiting 14 months for it. So I resulted back to my 14 months. I keep checking up. They keep saying that it's going to be any time now.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting. I resorted to my machine that was 10 years old, and I'm still using that one. And I don't know if I'm going to have the same problem that Jolly Green had with the 3G network or what. I don't know.
Well, I remember talking about it earlier this year. Was it the Philips? Is that the one? The Philips?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's the Philips. It's a white one there.
Yeah, I can't. I'd have to go back and look up the numbers. I can't remember how many hundreds of thousands, or I don't know. It might have even been millions of those that got recalled.
Yeah, they actually said that it's going to take a while. I'm going on 15 months now since that's really what I called about.
Okay. But all that time, they've got you on like the waiting list, and you're waiting, huh?
Yeah, waiting. It was actually your father that brought it to my attention about the sleep apnea on his show.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I like your show so much. It's professionally done. It's just very instructive and gives good information. It's just worth listening to. You're the only talk show host that I could actually listen to 5 hours.
That's great. Well, Ocala bound. Hey, I thank you for the update. That's interesting information there that these people have been on a waiting list for months and months The update from the website drugwatch.com. Philips recalled CPAP, BiPAP, and ventilator devices. It was June of 2021 because of potential health risks. It's the foam that's used in the devices to keep the machines quiet and reduce the vibration, which they say the foam degrades over time and can release particulate matter and actually toxic gases that you're going to be inhaling or swallowing. And the gases actually had several toxic cancer-causing chemicals. Any device that would be more than 3 years old or exposed to any sort of maybe high heat or humidity environments would be more likely to have that degraded foam. But they did say if you inhale or ingest the foam particles or gases, you could suffer from toxic, carcinogenic, and even respiratory effects. Now, June of this year, they actually kind of gave an update on their PE Pure Sound abatement foam testing. They said they don't anticipate the level of chemical emissions to cause health problems. But as I look at the clock here, I say we got to get our news break. So we'll take care of that and come back. More of your calls just ahead. Steve, got you coming up next, and a handful of others online. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News.
President Biden took a trip to Florida on Tuesday to help his party campaign ahead of next week's elections. He tore into Republican proposals to change Social Security and Medicare.
The vast majority live day to day relying on Social Security and Medicare and maybe a little help from their families. That's why I'm going to keep fighting for these programs, because I believe, the word my dad used all the time, everyone's entitled to be treated with dignity.
2016 was certainly proof that polling is often wrong. Has the method of gathering data improved since then?
As mainstream media is claiming record turnout numbers this cycle, in reality it's down 5% from the 2018 midterms. Pollster John McLaughlin on Newsmax says this is no mistake.
Most of these mainstream media outfits are run by Democrats or former Democrats, and they have Democrats, George Stephanopoulos has a say about ABC. Chuck Todd has a say about NBC. I mean, they've been biasing polls and underpolling Republicans, and it's intentional.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
U.S. News & World Report has named the best places to retire in 2022. Topping the list, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, due to its health care for seniors, low taxes for retirees, and the overall happiness of current residents. Call it an Amish paradise. Pennsylvania has the most cities on the list. Also of note are Toledo, Ohio, and New York City. A law now in effect in the Big Apple requires employers advertising jobs there to include a salary range that they're willing to pay the successful applicants for every job, promotion, and transfer opportunity advertised. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Developers have broken ground on what they say will be the tallest residential building south of New York City. Miami's Waldorf Astoria is poised to be South Florida's tallest skyscraper at 100 stories and will feature 205 hotel guest rooms and 360 luxury condo residences. The super tall structure is controversial. Not only is it in the way of the flight path for Miami International Airport, but with last year's collapse in nearby Surfside that killed 98 people, building a structure of its kind so close to sea level that can stand hurricane-force winds is also of concern. The National Brotherhood of Railway Signalmen has voted to reject a 5-year contract with the nation's largest rail companies, reviving the threat of a nationwide strike.
Our members, railroad signalmen, rejected this deal because they need sick time. They need to be able to take a day of sick day when they have the flu, or they have a doctor's appointment, or they have a family member who is sick.
The World Cup kicks off in Qatar on November 20th. FIFA says police officers are not to approach, detain, or prosecute people displaying rainbow flags, a globally recognized symbol of LGBTQ pride, or disrupt fans marching and chanting in the streets. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
welcome back. Another hour rolling into a Wednesday. Hope your week's going well. Yeah, November underway as we work our way into second day of November here. The wife's already making plans. What are we doing for Thanksgiving dinner? What's going to be on the menu? Well, whatever it is, it's going to cost more. I know that. I went back and did a quick search, thinking, there's always people out there that may have missed an item in the news when it first broke, and the recall of the CPAP machines, which goes, again, all the way back to like mid-2021. But I didn't realize how many different devices were on that list. Now, the recall did not affect all Philips breathing devices, but about 80% of the affected devices are CPAP machines, and about 20% are what they call ventilators, according to Philips. Most of the devices come from what they call the Philips DreamStation line. Now, the recall affects all serial numbers and devices manufactured between 2009 and April the 26th of last year. And more than half the affected devices were in use right here in the United States, according to Philips. There's like 22 different devices on the list. So I'm not going to list them all off, but they even actually added several devices that weren't in the original recall earlier this year. Matter of fact, in September here, just a little over a month ago, they recalled another 1,600 BiPAP ventilator machines that weren't related with the foam issue with the previous recall. That had to do with contaminated plastic parts in the motor that could release toxic chemicals or cause the machine to suddenly stop working. But they do say that, what do you do? How can I get a replacement CPAP? Philips said that they have a comprehensive repair and replace program for recalled machines. Let's see. Users and caregivers can register for the program on the Philips website. And they do say the repair and replacement would take about 12 months from their press release last year. All right, so as O'Callaghan mentioned, he's been waiting for 14 months now. Good golly. Hey, good morning, Steve. What's happening out there?
Well, speaking of O'Callaghan, that's where I'm headed, Steve. So maybe I'll cross paths with that gentleman.
All right. Hey, Steve, I don't know what's going on with your phone, but it's like you're in a really screwed up cell zone or something. I don't know. We might need now it's really, it's all jarbled and garbled. So maybe if you... Is that better? Not really, no. It might be the connection.
Yeah, I only got 2 bars. Maybe that's let me call back?
Yeah, try that, because, we'd never be able to hold a understandable conversation on this connection, Yeah, every once in a while that happens, right? Let's see here. Is that the Michigan Madman? Would that be you?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Steve Summers.
What's going on? You're just calling to say hi? Happy Hump Day.
Yeah. I'm calling to say hi. Hey, all this talk about CPAP machines, oh my gosh, it brings back some memories from Eldora. And can you remember a few years back when I told you about that story?
It's not ringing a bell. Refresh my memory.
All right. Well, okay. Anyway, we were at Kings Royal, and we'd been out pretty much drinking all afternoon. And the one guy that was with us, he wanted to take a nap before we went into the Kings Royal that night. And he was in there taking a little nap. Well, I happened to walk in. So I had to use the bathroom. And there's Ozzy. He had his shorts pulled down, had that hairy ass up against my buddy's CPAP machine, and he's got his finger over his mouth telling me to be quiet. I couldn't do it. I lost it. he was standing there and bent over and farting into that guy's CPAP machine.
Oh,
that was,
that's just
Steve,
wrong. That's
I lost,
just wrong.
I lost it, man. I mean, I lost it. He had his finger over his mouth, and I lost it. So when he woke up, oh my God, those guys are punching each other and just, joking around, laughing and cussing and swearing at each other. No, I lost it. But,
wow.
So anyway, I just had to chime in there about that. But hey, Steve, can you remember here a few years back when they were talking about schools going to be not teaching cursive writing anymore? Can you kind of remember any of that?
Oh, absolutely. And I don't believe my grandchildren are being taught cursive. I don't believe they are.
Well, Steve, I experienced it firsthand this last weekend. We went to my grandson's birthday party. Well, it'd be my step-grandson, my wife, niece's grandson. So we went to his birthday party, and so it got down to where he was opening up his birthday cards, and everything, and he stopped and looked at his mom, and he goes, "Mom, I can't read this." And at first, I didn't know what was going on, and she walked over there, and she said, "Well, this is from so-and-so, and so-and-so." "Oh, okay, well, thank you." Well, then he opened up another card. Evidently, they must have printed it, because he, could read that. And he said, "Thank you." And all of a sudden, he opened up another card, and I couldn't believe it. It's Mom. And so she went over. He said, "I can't read this." Well, he just turned 13 years old, and his sister is 11. Steve, they can't read cursive.
I think there may be some schools are doing it and some schools aren't. I'm looking here. I'm kind of going back to the archives, and I guess it started like back in 2010. They say with what was called the Common Core teaching, when some schools stopped teaching cursive, but not all have stopped, apparently.
Right. And I mean, Steve, I couldn't believe it. At first, I thought maybe it was just a joke, but no, it ain't a joke. And then some other people said, "Oh yeah, no, my kids about in the same age group, they can't read cursive." Are you serious? I'm just like, man, I just, and it's scary. What if somebody was to write them a quick note, "Hey, call so-and-so," they'd be able to read the number, but they wouldn't be able to read what the message said, So,
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, Steve, listen, I'm going to let you go. Let some more intelligent callers call in here and talk to you and stuff a little bit. And just wanted to say hello. Things been going good for me. And with any luck, I'm going to retire this spring. And I'll tell you what, my old model airplanes, helicopters, the racetracks, everything is going to catch heck starting this next year.
I did see you had a beautiful weekend to fly helicopters last weekend. I saw that post.
Yes, I did. It was cool. Yeah, I wanted to get out, and my buddies, "Hey, come on, we're gonna go fly her." But I couldn't. I had a bunch of yard work to do Saturday, and then Sunday I had that birthday party to go to. But I was able to get out behind the house. I got my own little pad there and fly my helicopter. So, Steve, thanks so much for taking my call, man. And like I say, I had to chime in about the old CPAP, and I was been laughing. So I'll talk to you later, buddy. You have a good night.
That's memories. That's a funny one. You imagine the guy waking up saying, "Man, my CPAP smells like crap." I pulled up, again, there are a bunch of stories from the archives about the headlines that schools stopped teaching children cursive. Now, I guess the fact checkers say, no, schools didn't stop teaching cursive I guess they said there are some of these conspiracy theories so that they wouldn't be able to read things like the Constitution or other historical documents that were written in cursive. Now, we know that all those historical documents have been archived, reprinted, digitized, many times, so it's not like you can only find the original, but it is true, many schools do not teach students cursive writing anymore. They say for the same reason they don't teach them how to use a manual typewriter or a slide rule. They say it's just not a relevant skill anymore. Then they go into the whole thing about these sinister reasons. Hey, they're doing this so kids can't read the Constitution and can't understand their rights. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights were originally written in cursive. All that kind of stuff. So, they say it's nothing sinister with anything like that. And there are some states, they say, some have actually gone back to implementing teaching the cursive writing while others don't. Again, I don't believe they're teaching the cursive to my grandkids, but I'll double check on that. Let's try again. Steve, let's take two.
You hear me now, Steve?
It's no better. No.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow. There must be something wrong with my headset, man. That's very strange. I was just having a conversation with a driver and he saw funny.
Huh. Okay, yeah, definitely check into that. You go back, and if you can, listen to this little segment on the playback, and you'll see what we mean. It's not very discernible. So, maybe we'll try again. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I guess you can do a search state by state. The question is, let's see, is cursive still taught in Ohio? The answer, technically, schools in Ohio are not required to teach cursive. That said, handwriting is required, and they are still provided materials to include cursive in the curriculum. Next question, when did Ohio stop teaching cursive? First introduced in February of 2017, passed the House in June of 2018. Teaching students to write in cursive has come to be thought of as an outdated lesson in the digital age. Many kids not able to write in that format font. And I guess I understand that. Look at your computer keyboard. Kids, the younger generation, everything they use, the smartphones, their tablets, the computer keyboards, those letters are not in cursive. So I guess that's the mentality there, that they don't get it. All right, 5-7 on board here. What's going on? Happy Hump Day.
Hey, yeah, and if you, like me, it was easier for me to read, so I put everything in capitals and type it in. I had so many people jump me for typing on the computer in capitals. So.
If you type in capitals, that means you're yelling.
Yeah, it's apparently so. Well, I figured, hey, everybody's so far away, I had to yell so they could hear me. But 19, what is it? This is 1970, I don't know, 2, 3, junior high, went through the whole class, and the cursive writing and all like that. I remember the writing teacher, you know, she met me at the door before we went home for summer, and she put her arm around me, and she held me real close, and she whispered in my ear and said, Terry, print. So I guess.
So in other words, your cursive was not discernible. Horrible.
Exactly. And I asked the pharmacist, I get sometimes my wife can't come in, so I'll carry her prescriptions into the store, and I look at these doctors' signatures and how they wrote down the prescriptions, and I asked the pharmacist, I said, how in the world do you read that? And they go, sometimes we have to turn around and call back, but for the most part, we've learned how to decipher it. Well, I'm sorry when they're putting that information down on paper that could maybe be heart medicine or something. Shoot, I ain't got a problem with printing, believe me. The reason I called, I got a kick out of my reels. I love watching them reels. One was a guy at a pride parade dressed up. This was a Benny on the Block. And this guy was all dressed up, and he was pronouncing how we got to love each other, we got to show respect to each other, we got to went down this whole list. And then Benny takes the mic and goes, what about President Trump? And the guy that just said, oh, we have to accept everything and everybody, die.
Right.
He said, he turned from lovey-dovey to die. And the whole point, or the title of that reel was exposing the left's
hypocrisy. Bingo. Yep, that's it.
And there's one more that I seen a thing. It was pronouncing. All it was is a thing about Elon Musk. I'm trying to remember the man's name. I'm sorry. And the sink deal. And I went down through there, and people, it was almost all negative comments on this guy. One guy finally lit me up, and I had to answer him. I said, he goes, they should tax him 90% of his income. Well, you know, I jump in there, I said, well, let me get this straight. You know, the man produces a car, high-paying jobs, rockets, high-paying jobs. Everything he does, he's high-paying jobs. He come here on a student and owed a student loan. He come from dirt to where he is today. And you want to take 90% of what he makes and give it to the government, and who will whiz it away on what transgender surgery for 8-year-olds? I said, come on. I mean, leave the man. How about we just do this? Because the government would really love it. I'm off what I wrote on there right now. The government would love to take 90% of all our paychecks. So I just don't understand why anybody hates people that are doing well. I mean, let them keep their money, because you know what? And he wants a car, somebody's got to build it. He ain't building the car. So he's going to pay somebody to build the car. He wants a house. He don't build the house. He pays somebody to build the house. Wealthy people spend their money wisely, but usually it ends up keeping beating working. It's just like when they did that luxury boat tax, how it almost crippled the American industry. So just a thought. And as for Steve, it sounded like he was on this end. Sounded like he was like over-modulated, very, very over-modulated, very underfooting. So that's what his phone was doing.
I wonder if there's is there a setting on your phone where that can be adjusted or something? Do you know? Or
and now I'm going to make everybody mad. I'm still using my $4.99 Walmart earbuds. So.
Okay, okay, that's fair enough. All right, 5-7 out. Right. Speaking of Elon Musk, and yes, there are a lot of good-paying jobs working for that guy, but yeah, he's kind of like Trump. People like either they love him or they hate him. Never more than now with his purchase of Twitter, right? But Tesla aims to start mass production of their Cybertruck the end of next year. We're talking 2 years after the initial target. This is going to be the long-awaited Tesla pickup truck that Elon unveiled back in 2019, according to those with knowledge of the plans, speaking to Reuters this past day. Tesla said last month they're working on getting Austin, Texas, the plant there, ready to build the new model, the Cybertruck. Early production set to start mid-2023. We are in the final lap for Cybertruck, according to Musk in a conference call. Speaking with financial analysts, a gradual ramp in the second half of next year to full output for the sharp-angled electric truck would mean that Tesla would not be recording revenue probably till early 2024 for a full quarter of production on the new model, the new vehicle that's expected to be key for their growth. That would mean a wait of another year for the estimated hundreds of thousands of potential buyers who've laid down $100 to reserve the Cybertruck in one of the most highly anticipated, closely tracked electric vehicle launches ever. All right, we'll get a news break in here and back to your calls at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is hitting the campaign trail with a stop in Hallandale Beach, Florida, to support Democratic gubernatorial candidate Charlie Crist and warn voters about Republicans who want to undo Social Security, Medicare, and price caps on prescription drugs.
It's going to affect as many Americans as anything else, and a great deal of people in this state are going to be affected. And they're under siege by our Republican friends.
Worth noting, the plan put forth by House Minority Leader from California Kevin McCarthy talked nothing about undoing Social Security, Medicare, or any price caps on prescription drugs. The Supreme Court denied Senator Lindsey Graham's emergency plea to avoid cooperation with the Georgia grand jury investigating possible pro-Trump interference in the state's 2020 vote count. This is USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to zero. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. It's 844-844-3388. I'll get some of the other industry headlines here. Well, when I first came to work way back in 1996 with my father, kind of introduced me to OOIDA. Jim Johnston was president at the time. I think he was actually the third president, one of the original founders of OOID. I wasn't familiar with the others, but one of them was Al Hanna. He was one of the founders and second president of OOIDA, has passed away at the age of 82. I died on September the 28th after many years of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. All right, there you go. Career in trucking began like many other drivers. After serving in the Army, returned home to the Kansas City area. His truck driving uncle stopped by on the way to Las Vegas, asked Al if he wanted to ride along. Not only did the trip result in a lifelong connection to Las Vegas, it was just the beginning of a long, colorful career in trucking. The Arab oil embargo of 1973 created punishing conditions for truck drivers. So it was actually Al, Jim Johnston, and a handful of other frustrated drivers at the time who were determined
that the dilemma of owner-operator truckers needed to be heard in Washington, D.C. It was their activism that resulted in the formation of OOIDA in 1973. The group's first president, a guy by the name of J.W. Edwards. His tenure, they say, was short-lived. Al Hanna soon replaced him as OOIDA's president. Then in the mid-1970s, he returned to Las Vegas and his trucking business, leaving the New Drivers Organization to Jim Johnston, who again then, at that point, became the third executive leader of the organization. Of course, Jim Johnston passed away himself several years ago, which then made the executive vice president at the time, Todd Spencer, taking the helm of OOIDA. And that's where they stand today. And with that, let's get back to the calls. Eskimo Mom checks in here. Kind of like a Monday for Eskimo Mom, huh?
Yes, it is, and I happen to have Gilligan on the line.
Well, hi there.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, we're here to give you the details of the party.
Oh,
Becky will start off giving the winners of the costume contest, and I will be telling the prizes. And just remember, all prizes for the costume party and the other events was furnished by GMA and B Enterprises. Always the highest tech.
Oh, yeah, I bet. Yeah.
Appliance things. Yes. So go ahead, Becky. Go ahead and start off.
Okay. With Gilligan, our list is Sex Maniac and his wife took first place. With Sex Maniac wearing deer antlers and his wife having headlights where the deer and the headlights look.
And for their prize, they got a reel-to-reel recorder. Always the latest high-tech devices. So go ahead, Becky.
Okay, and in second place is Blind Man, who it was impersonating a DOT officer.
And for his prize, he was able to get an Atari 2600 Pac-Man cartridge. Like I said, high-tech.
And in third place, I happen to have taken it for being a Waffle House waitress.
Oh, the
yes,
runner-up.
and her prize happened to be a 7-inch floppy disk for her computer.
And in addition, we had to have a couple of vehicles towed because we blocked somebody blocked the neighbors' driveways.
Well, I mean, that moving van was a little bit long, I guess. It covered, about a quarter of the city block or something?
Uh-huh.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Have they got the stop sign replaced yet down there at the corner?
They got a temporary one up.
Okay. Well, what about the how bad is the neighbors when they tore up the grass and knocked the porch down? They're looking at contacting their attorneys. Well, okay. Well, let Breeze know that I'll be in contact with my attorney. All I gotta do is go down and give him lots of food. We'll get this covered. You know how he is. He will do law work for food. So we got this covered. Tell Breeze not to worry. We've got an attorney for that. Well, that's pretty much about it. Well, also Breeze also won the Bobbing for Apples contest, and his prize was one of the genuine GMA and B Enterprises pond umbrellas. Boy, he's really thrilled.
I bet he is.
And of course, Becky, Eskimo Mom, won the pumpkin hunt. And guess what? We happen to give her one too, so she is really happy. She's got her pond umbrella. Got to protect them fish from the rain, Yeah, I think that's about it, isn't it, Becky?
Yep, it is.
You have a good night, Steve. Thanks for listening to us.
All right. You all have a good morning. Enjoy your Monday. She's getting back on the road here. Back to the old grind after the Halloween weekend and the big Halloween blowout there. At least nobody got arrested that I'm aware of. All right, update. The Artemis 1, the moon rocket, will be making its way back out to the launch pad this Friday, a little bit ahead of schedule for its next or historic lunar mission. Yeah, Artemis 1, the first mission for NASA's Space Launch System, the SLS mega rocket. Yeah, let's see. Of course, they had to roll it back to the assembly building. Yeah, now 3 separate times. Once in April and July, fueling problems, and again in September. This time around, it was to take shelter from Hurricane Ian that was approaching Florida at the time. But now, if all goes according to plan, SLS and Orion will roll back out on the launch pad 39B this Friday, November the 4th. The 4-mile journey begins right after the midnight hour Eastern Time, according to NASA. They did say minor repairs identified through detailed inspections are mostly completed on the SLS ahead of the next launch window. All right, so they go back through what had transpired. Of course, Ian was approaching. There's still several systems, they say, that engineers continue to work on, including replacing the batteries on the core stage in the upper section, testing of the flight termination system, which is designed to destroy the SLS if something goes wrong during the launch. That resumes next week once the rocket's back on the pad. The update says they will attempt to launch the Artemis 1 mission no earlier than November the 14th at 12:07 a.m. Of course, between now and then, they've got to get it back to the launch pad, get it all ready to go, and, of course, weather and other factors would come into play at that point in time. So with the big launch yesterday, the Falcon Heavy, which I guess still at this point holds the record as the most powerful rocket, I guess the Artemis will take that spot once they successfully get that launched as the most powerful rocket.
Yeah, it sure will, bud. Let's just see if I can get her off the ground. I'm not a fan of that one, but hopefully they get her off. They showed yesterday, though, they got the crawler up by the building, so they'll be putting it in the building and putting it on, taking it out there. Hey, Steve, you know why they take it out in the middle of the night?
Why is that?
Because the crawler way that goes on, and if you watch the pictures, there's a truck in front of it putting water out to keep everything saturated, so the ground doesn't get steam coming off of it because of the heat of the friction between the crawler and the ground. Also, it's a lot easier on the equipment, and there's a guy on that crawler in every corner that controls it. It doesn't have like one guy controlling the whole thing. It's got 4 people driving it at any given time when it's moving. So it's going to be cool. It's very cool. We'll see if it gets off the ground, though. I'm just wondering if Elon's going to put that other one up before it gets up. I don't think so, but we'll see how it plays out. My wife saw the launch yesterday. I was not able to. I was driving a train, and we were clouded in anyway in Orlando. We couldn't see nothing. But the wife said she heard the sonic booms. There was a double sonic boom. Everything went fine, though, as far as they could tell. She saw those double ones come back. I wonder if those people got their $250 worth of stuff yesterday, Steve.
Right? What was on the menu? That's what I want to. What was for lunch?
It better be something pretty good, because I'll tell you what, if you looked at the video of that, they were socked in a lot there with clouds, even where it was at. And it was I couldn't see it. We couldn't see it. We had clouds when we were driving the train, so me and a student. But it was cool. It's neat. 27 engines. So how you think the election's going to go, Steve? We think we on our pins and needles still?
I'm not feeling like we're on pins and needles. I think the wave is coming.
Yeah, we'll see how it rolls down here. I mean, it's 50-50 down here, big time. But I did see something on the news yesterday that we had 5 election officers
for 5 different counties down here get together yesterday and say that our election results for the state, for the Central Florida area, are down to lowest numbers they've ever seen before. Are you guys having any of that in Ohio?
No, what do you mean? You mean as far as like early voting or what?
Absolutely. We've got Osceola County, which is right by Disney, is Orange County and Osceola County in that area. They are only at 5%. The highest county in Central Florida was Lake County, and it was at 10%. Everybody else was like between 5 and 10%, and that was with the early voting. They said that this election would probably be the lowest voter turnout as far as early election goes, but they're waiting to see what happens after, when people going actually to the voting polls. And they're saying the number one thing on it is not abortion. It's not anything else. The number one thing that people are looking at now is the economy. They don't care about abortion. They don't care about gun rights or any of that. That's what they're saying down here. The number one thing that everybody's looking at is the economy. That's what they said yesterday, the elected officers.
That would coincide with most of the national polls. I mean, yeah, there are those. I mean, at the same time, I mean, I see polls saying, 62% of those surveyed saying the overturning of Roe versus Wade is incentivized them more to vote. Now that could mean, people on either side of the aisle. That doesn't necessarily mean it's all people that are against the fact that it was overturned. They kind of twist things around.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. One of the electors said yesterday. He said the reason why the voter turnout is so low is because of misinformation. Number one reason, misinformation. And like you said, things get skewed, and that's why people are undecided, Steve. It was tough for me to vote in this election because of certain things. Do I vote for this one for that or that? It was a tough thing because it's like you really have got, like in our situation down here, we got Marco Rubio and Val Demings. Those candidates are about on the same level, in my opinion. And it's like, do you go either side? Which side are you going to go with? And that's, people are just undecided about that and don't even want to deal with voting. That's what's happening down here, and that's what this official said yesterday. He said it's misinformation. He said people are getting misinformation about both sides. It ain't just one side; it's about both sides.
Right. Well, I look at some of that. I'm looking at headlines here. The Hill from just 7 hours ago, which says Georgia record early voting. Who stands to benefit? That's the headline there. So record early voting in Georgia. Apparently, I don't know why Florida would be so much different.
Yeah, what I'm talking about is strictly for Central Florida.
Okay.
The five supervisors of election in Central Florida were the ones that had the conference on this yesterday. They had a press conference on it. And they're trying, what they were doing is they're trying to encourage people to come out and vote. They really were. They were appalled at some of the numbers. They were just like, we just couldn't believe the amount of turnout. I mean, but I don't get it. I mean, if you look at the result of how many have been turned in our county alone, I mean, we had 8% in Volusia County where I live at. That's just early voting. Now, I don't know what the whole deal's going to be. Hopefully the whole deal's better than that. But when you have the supervisors of elections coming out, that just tells me that there's a lot of people that are really undecided on what they're going to do. And I know these are what they call midterms, right, Steve? Isn't that what they call them?
Correct.
So you're not going to get the voter turnout on a midterm that you get on a presidential election.
You never do.
Obviously.
Correct.
Yeah. And plus, too, on this election with us, we had a lot of, judges that were getting redone. We had a lot of that down here. We also had a lot of the amendments to the Constitution on different things, And also that's something that I think needs to be addressed is wording on all that stuff can be a little confusing to some people. You know, when they have an amendment that comes out to something, they want to change the Constitution for something, the wording on it sometimes also gets it, you know, so it makes people kind of wonder what's going on here. But that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. By the way, tell Chris I changed my plugs in my car yesterday. I had 100,000 miles on my plugs in this little car, and all the pins and tabs where the ignition happens were all silver. So that means that the plugs weren't burnt at all. So we're getting about 44 miles to the gallon on the average right now. So that's all I got today, buddy. You have a good one. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. I guess the one question I would ask about, what do you say, Osceola County, Central Florida, what is the makeup of voters there? Is it more Republican versus Democrat? Because traditionally, for whatever reason, and I don't know what it is, there's a high percentage more of Republicans that tend to actually wait and vote on Election Day. And especially, you look back in recent elections, 2016, 2020, more Democrats tend to vote early or by mail. I wonder if that particular region is more of a Republican region to where they're waiting for actual Election Day to go out and cast their ballots. But we've been hearing in our news updates here on this program via USA Radio News. The guy talking about the polls, the polling numbers, how wrong they were, and they highlighted specifically 2016 that they were way off, way wrong in that election. I saved a story. If you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, I've been over digging in my archives. What's he trying to find over there? I saved a story from it's probably about 10 days old now, which at the time said, in the past week, polling data has increasingly shown Republicans within striking distance in races previously thought to be safe Democrat areas. Things like governor of Michigan, New York, Senate races, Colorado, Pennsylvania, and a handful of others. But there's a careful examination of most of the major polls found that in the past 3 election cycles, the results of the polls have favored the Democrats by 4 to 5 percentage points, only to have the outcome on Election Day either be a whole lot closer or a statistical tie. What we have is polling in aggregated battleground states that's continued cycle after cycle to be inaccurate. And if it's inaccurate, someone needs to prove it. Now, this is political analyst Spencer Abraham Jr., a one-time aide to Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, namesake son of the former Michigan Senator and U.S. Secretary of Energy. He and the veteran pollster Colin Pitts recently launched a new website to study the major polls and the results from 2016, 2018, 2020. Let's look at the polls. How were these? How accurate or inaccurate were they? Based on the findings, as detailed at the Polling Monitor, they concluded that the major contests that were still deemed as leaning Democratic by the polls are probably, in fact, leaning the other way. And they're talking about this election cycle. The oft-cited Quinnipiac poll, for example, released a much-discussed poll on October 12th on the closely watched Georgia Senate race, showing Raphael Warnock leading Herschel Walker 52% to 45% among likely voters. Looking at the record of Quinnipiac in the 3 election cycles, 2016, 2018, 2020, it overweighs Democrats by 2.6%, according to Abraham. So this race is probably again, 10 days ago, was probably at a statistical tie. Also cited the October 3rd USA Today Suffolk poll in Pennsylvania, showing John Fetterman leading Mehmet Oz, 46% to 40% in that state. Abraham said the USA Today Suffolk poll has historically skewed its polling 5.8% for the Democrats. So it's a pretty good bet to say the Senate race was a dead split on October 1st there. He went on to cite the polling monitor's findings from the past 3 cycles in Arizona, showing the CBS YouGov overweighing Democrat strength in that state by 4.2%. So when you look at the latest poll on the Senate race there, showing Mark Kelly, the Democrat, beating Blake Masters, the Republican, 51% to 48%, it actually means Masters is ahead in that state. CBS YouGov also found on October 6th that in Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer was leading the Republican challenger Tudor Dixon 53 to 47%. But the record since 2016 shows they're outweighing the Democrats by 2.6%. So that's probably technically a tie there. I mean, the number's the number. As I said, it's going to be interesting. Next Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday when this is all sorted out, right? You'll see how the polls worked out this year. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is hitting the campaign trail with a stop in Hallandale Beach, Florida, to support Democratic gubernatorial candidate Charlie Crist and warn voters about Republicans who want to undo Social Security, Medicare, and price caps on prescription drugs.
It's going to affect as many Americans as anything else, and a great deal of people in this state are going to be affected. And they're under siege by our Republican friends.
Worth noting, the plan put forth by House Minority Leader from California Kevin McCarthy talked nothing about undoing Social Security, Medicare, or any price caps on prescription drugs. Russia is ramping up missile attacks against Ukraine's critical infrastructure. Speaking to reporters on Tuesday, State Department spokesman Ned Price said Russia launched nearly 100 missile strikes on Ukraine's water and energy supplies in the past 36 hours. Democrats are behind Republicans by 2 points on a generic congressional ballot. A Wall Street Journal poll found that 46% of voters would vote for a Republican candidate versus 44% who would vote for a Democratic one. This Wisconsin voter telling CNN why he's voting for Republicans this year.
People's savings are being eroded by rising inflation rates and things, and we just need to get back to the basics in this country. The Democrats have gone way too far left for the majority of the country.
The pivotal midterms are next Tuesday. The Supreme Court denied Senator Lindsey Graham's emergency plea to avoid cooperation with the Georgia grand jury investigating possible pro-Trump interference in the state's 2020 vote count. At the closing bell, the Dow losing 79 points to close at 32,653. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
The pandemic negatively affected both in-person and remote education, according to American Federation of Teachers President Randy Weingarten. Lieutenant Governor of Virginia Winsome Sears says schools should have stayed open during the pandemic.
She was one of the major proponents of closing our schools, and unfortunately, most of these Democrat governors listened to her and did exactly that. And now they're saying, oh, just forget about it. No, the problems are existing.
Math and reading test results have declined overall for children in 2022 compared to pre-pandemic levels, according to the National Assessment of Economic Progress. Twitter's new owner is giving the social media giant a closer look.
Elon Musk is bringing in his people to inspect Twitter from top to bottom. Musk has Tesla engineers interviewing Twitter engineers to begin looking through the company's product and code. Twitter's former head of consumer product, Kayvon Beykpour, is seen in the building after he was fired by Twitter's former CEO back in May. David Sachs, a chief operating officer and product leader of PayPal, has also been spotted in the hallway since the takeover. Musk is a former CEO of PayPal. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
In Arizona, Libertarian Senate candidate Mark Victor announces he's dropping out of the race and endorsing Republican Senate candidate Blake Masters. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Suspense.
The shadow knows.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF Regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. Welcome into a Wednesday for our friends on the West Coast. They're in the Pacific time zone, yeah. Second day of November as we cross over the midnight hour there. Hope your week's going well. A lot of folks out west, some of you seeing your first snowflakes of the season, right? Big storm coming in there. Mostly higher elevations, but between now and Thursday evening, snow levels are going to be dropping. Matter of fact, well, technically this morning they were telling us, yeah, Donner Summit may be seeing some accumulation. All right, a lot of things I can update you on. We got, we've nearly cleared out the phone lines. It's 844-844-3388. I saw the headline here a couple of days ago. Been hearing about the flu, the regular old influenza bug, making a big-time comeback after 2 years of all those pandemic precautions, right? People aren't using the hand sanitizers, washing their hands nearly as much. Yeah, for the most part, not wearing masks, social distancing, that's all ancient history now, right? So 2 years of all that, yeah, the flu, the regular old influenza, was almost non-existent. That has changed. Just released government figures say that flu-related hospitalizations in October hit the highest point in more than a decade. According to the CDC, the data estimates for the week that ended October 22nd confirm approximately 880,000 influenza illnesses nationwide, 6,900 hospitalizations, and 360 deaths from the flu. The CDC's Influenza Surveillance Network, tracking the results of 13 states, reports the cumulative hospitalization rate hasn't been this high since back in the 2010-2011 flu season. Now, technically, flu season covers October through May. Normally, it's December and January where you really see the biggest numbers. So things are really kicking in about 6 weeks early this year. And I quote from the infectious disease professor at Vanderbilt University Medical Center, "The flu is here. It has started very vigorously. It is early. It's about a month to 6 weeks early." Right, the most concentrated regions with flu-like symptoms, according to the CDC, is the Southeast, the South Central states from Texas to Georgia, and states along the Atlantic coast. And they break down a bunch of other numbers, but all right, so I guess, coming up later this morning, my daughter's going to be making a call to the doctor's office, young Rowan. Yeah, I've been home the last couple of days. He wasn't feeling well. He was congested Monday morning, and I opted not to make him go to school. And I said, just to be safe, I'm going to test him for COVID, and it came back negative. He was even sicker Tuesday morning, and so kept him home from school. Now he says his throat just really hurts to swallow and can't breathe through his nose at all. So we're giving him the over-the-counter medications, tested him for COVID again, double check this past day, negative. So we're thinking, it could be the flu, could be the strep throat thing, based on how sore his throat is. So we'll be making the appointment later this morning. I said, first thing, check him for strep throat. His other grandma had that a couple of weeks ago, so I don't know how long it takes if you pass it on. I don't think it would take that long to start showing symptoms, but who said check him for the strep, then check it might be the regular old flu, based on these numbers here, so. All right. Secondly, update. Let me give you the update on the Paul Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's husband, attack this past weekend. They tell us Paul Pelosi's attacker intended to kidnap Nancy Pelosi, according to the new summary of what the guy, his comments to police after being arrested. Dave DePape, I guess it is. DePape, because he actually pointed that out to the court this past day. How to pronounce his name, I believe. The alleged attacker, right? It's alleged. No, he's the attacker, for crying out loud. Told San Francisco police officers he was going to hold Nancy and speak with her. According to the summary, which contained in the FBI affidavit. If Nancy were to tell DePape the truth, he would let her go. And if she lied, he was going to break her kneecaps, according to the affidavit. DePape was certain she would not have told the truth. In the course of the interview, he actually articulated that he viewed Nancy as the leader of the pack of lies told by the Democrat Party. He also later explained that by breaking her kneecaps, she would have had to be wheeled into the Congress, which would have shown other members of Congress that there are consequences to actions. Another goal of the break-in, they say, apparently was to use Nancy Pelosi to lure another individual to him. They did not specify who that other individual might be. Story number 2, along the same line. The man accused of breaking into the Nancy Pelosi home, beating her husband, seeking to kidnap her, tells police he was on a suicide mission, that he had plans to target other California and federal politicians, according to yesterday's court filing. He's ordered held without bail. Public defender entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. First public appearance since the early Friday attack. In court papers filed yesterday, prosecutors detailed the attack in stark terms as part of their bid to make sure he stays behind bars. He admitted he had other targets, including a local professor as well as several prominent state and federal politicians and members of their families. The filing said Paul Pelosi was knocked unconscious by the hammer attack, woke up in a pool of his own blood. Wearing the orange jail suit, DePape only spoke to tell the judge how to pronounce his last name. So, D-I-H, like DePap, P-A-P, DePap, is it DePap, DePape? I don't know. I'm using DePape. Maybe it's DePap. That's all he pretty much had to say in the court. But one other interesting thing we learned this past day, I think Eagle had called in about it. We were talking last evening on the program, how members of Congress do not have the same protection as presidents or vice presidents as far as Secret Service protecting not only the president and the president's wife and family members, children and whatnot. Congress members, not nearly that kind of protection, and supposedly not for the families, but I found it interesting. They now tell us inside the command center for U.S. Capitol Police, a handful of officers were going through their routines early last Friday morning, kind of cycling through the live feeds from the department's 1,800 cameras that they use to monitor the nearby Capitol complex, as well as some points beyond. When an officer stopped, there on the screen, a darkened street nearly 3,000 miles away, the police lights were flashing outside the home of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. They had cameras there monitoring. Or I should say, they do have cameras monitoring the Pelosi residence round the clock. The officer in D.C. quickly pulled up some additional camera angles from around the Pelosi home and began to backtrack, watching recordings from the minutes before the police arrived. There on camera was a man with a hammer, breaking a glass panel entering the speaker's home. According to 3 people familiar with how Capitol Police learned of the break-in and who had been briefed or viewed the videos themselves. The 911 call and the struggle inside the home that followed, of course, have led to the charges of attempted homicide of the speaker's husband, attempted kidnapping of the speaker. This also, though, put the spotlight on the immensity and perhaps the impossibility of law enforcement's task to protect 535 members of Congress at a time of unprecedented numbers of threats against members on either side, both sides of the aisle. If the Capitol Police were going to stop an attack at the home of any member of Congress, they had perhaps the best chance to do so at Pelosi's, according to several current and former law enforcement officials. The Capitol Police, they say, first installed cameras around Pelosi's home more than 8 years ago. She has an around-the-clock security detail, and for many months after the January 6th incident in D.C. in 21, a San Francisco police cruiser actually sat outside her home day and night. But hours after Nancy left San Francisco last week and returned to D.C., much of that security left with her, at which point officers in Washington stopped continuously monitoring the video feeds outside the home. In other words, anytime Nancy's there in California, there is 24-hour police monitoring of what's happening at the Pelosi residence. I just found that rather interesting. All right, back to some of our friends checking in. YouTube, Facebook here on a Wednesday morning. Hello to Kentucky Ken. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers from Oglesby, Illinois. On my way to Jeffersonville, Ohio. Then it's on to Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Time for some morning chores, and then we'll be rolling out. But Kentucky Ken is listening in. Good to have you on board there, Kentucky Ken. There's the Rambler. Hello, God's children. Brother Rambler checking in with y'all from the spooky city of New Orleans. And yesterday morning, was the night from hell. I'll try to call in later and tell folks all about it. Yeah, really. The night from hell in New Orleans. Yeah, I guess so. Halloween night, right? Anybody else on board? Okay, some of them just, obviously, they like to use the YouTube and the Facebook to chat back and forth. So good to have everybody with us. Yeah, there's Rick from Columbus is on board, by the way. And he did say I got my flu shot, my regular old flu shot last Friday. One shot I still need to get is my shingles shot. All right, good morning, Rick there in Columbus. Meanwhile, back to the phones. Let me see who we got here.
Pappy.
Hey, Pappy, what's happening?
What's going on, Steve? Hey, listen, man. If I was a multi-millionaire, Steve, I guarantee you the security system around my house, anybody got near that house, came on the property, there'd be alarms going off. I'd probably have private security. I mean, you can hire these real cheap private security, unarmed people just to keep an eye on the place.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know how this dude got in here, but listen, it's still a lot of questions. But with that said, Steve, this dude's obviously a code 9, right? He's not rap type.
Right. Nutcase.
He's a nutcase. And he takes a hammer and hits an 85, I believe he is, 85-year-old man.
82, 85, something like that, yeah.
Give or take.
Yep.
Man, Steve, they need to throw the book at this guy. He should get convicted if he's found guilty of attempted murder. They need to hang this guy out, man, if he's found guilty, which, I mean, Steve, to say that, try to argue the fact that he isn't the perpetrator is a lost cause, I think. I think it's pretty well substantiated here that, man, this is the dude that caused
Correct.
This, right?
I guess the media always, they have to use the word alleged until they're convicted, I think. Got to say alleged.
Yeah. I mean, that's all fine and dandy. But, I'm just saying, no matter how he got in the house, why he's in the house, whatever the circumstances are, it don't matter. That man took a hammer and hit this old man in the head with it. Bottom line.
Now you can't plead insanity if something is premeditated, and by the fact that he made his way to the home with the hammer, that's premeditated. Isn't that the way it works?
Yeah, sort of, kind of. The way you can still have premeditation and still not be rap tight. Now, the way it usually works, where you can't plead insanity, is if you try to cover up the crime.
Okay.
You follow me? Like, if you
Right.
know that it's a murder and now you're trying to cover it up, you did wrong. So the insanity defense is, hey, he doesn't know that he's doing wrong here.
Gotcha.
So, anyway, main reason I called, Steve, was about this diesel. I mean, we've been talking about it. I think several months ago, Steve, I called and gave some information about the refineries. There's a good site out there. You can actually get their app, Steve. I don't know if you ever heard of it. It's called Real America Voices. Got a lot of good news on there. There's a gentleman by the name of Dave Walsh He's an expert when it comes to refineries and dealing in the energy for this country and outsourcing some of our stuff. He's been in a couple administrations. He's an expert. And Steve, I saw an interview with him, and man, if he's right, this ain't gonna be good, you know. And the mainstream media, I think they're just trying to keep things quiet till the election's over.
Exactly.
You know, and the way he's calling it, Steve, the first week in November, things could start getting ugly, man. You know, and if obviously it's a no-brainer. These trucks aren't rolling out here. If we have that big of a supply shortage of diesel fuel, we're in trouble. It's that simple. And he had talked about, and a lot of it's not even the government's fault. He talked about all these refineries that shut down. I think I told you about them 4 or 5 months ago. COVID hit. They shut these refineries down and never reopened them. There was one in Pennsylvania. It was one of the largest refineries
in the Northeast
in the nation. And it caught fire, and they never got it back online. I think he was talking, there's been 15 refineries that have shut down in the last couple of years. And now it's the government's problem because they are not incentivizing these refineries to reopen. There was an ingredient used to refine diesel. It's like a cleaner type solution, solvent of some sort. Can't remember the name of it. And the EPA just banned that ingredient, Steve, which makes it even harder now for these refineries to refine the oil, turn it into gas and diesel and everything else they use it for. So that's just another step that the government is taking. He made a big point that pipeline Biden shut down. If he reopened that thing, there's another type of oil, I should have wrote down the name of it, that we can get from Alaska.
Coming through the Keystone XL there, okay. I got to pause there. It's news break time, but hey, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
Benjamin Netanyahu is poised to become Israel's next prime minister, according to Tuesday night's exit polls, allowing the man who was voted out of office this past election to serve a third term. With less than a week to go here in the U.S. until our elections take place, it's a dead heat for control of the Senate. The party that wins 2 of the 3 closest states will likely win the majority. Republicans' 2 best opportunities may be Nevada and Georgia. Democrats are hoping to gain a seat in Pennsylvania. However, that race has become tighter recently. Democrat incumbents appear to have an edge in Arizona and New Hampshire, while close races in North Carolina, Ohio, and Wisconsin are currently leaning to the right. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, there we go. Back at it. It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, coming up, we'll give you the breakdown. The big storm that's going to be bringing heavy snow to the western states and the Canadian prairies will also trigger the potential for widespread severe weather across portions of the plains and Mississippi Valley late this week and into the weekend. So here it is, hump day. It's getting close. Weekend will be here before you know. More coming up here. All right, welcome back, Pappy.
Yes, sir. But Stevie, he was talking about, the Keystone, man. If they could open that thing back up, this particular type of crude oil that comes from Alaska, it's more efficient. It takes less time to refine. That they could turn this around real fast, but they just refused. Wasn't that long ago we were talking about the banks, right? Weren't handing out investments for the oil industry. Remember that?
Yeah, the whole difficulty getting financing for things.
Yes. I think they might have turned that around a little bit, but Steve, the banks are now, we're not going to lend you no money for investment in new drilling or whatnot. Man, I don't know, Steve. They're giving incentives now to invest in wind and solar and everything else, and taking it away from the oil industry. So, these companies are getting these incentives from the government to not invest in oil, but to invest in solar and wind.
Well, because that's the future. That's the future of the country, they tell us.
So they say.
So they say.
So, we'll see what happens here, Steve. Hopefully, I'll dare the dispatcher interrupt us. We'll see what happens here. Hopefully, some people maybe have this wrong, but man, I'm telling you, we'll see what happens here. But I think we'll probably know in the first couple weeks of November, by the end of November, how bad this is going to get. If the administration don't do something, Steve, they got to do something to turn this around. And I think they're hiding the fact, and we might just get dumped at the last minute. Wake up one day and no trucks are rolling because there's no diesel.
Well, the problem is for this administration to do what they need to do would actually be essentially an open admission of what they've done was the wrong thing, and they created the mess. They're not going to admit guilt and wrongdoing.
That's part of the problem, Steve.
You gotta maintain the narrative. You gotta maintain, hey, we're on the right track. We're going green. We're going clean. That's the ultimate goal.
I hate to say it. I said it before. If you need to hit the dump button, hit it. But I'll tell you, Steve, it's like they're purposely, this is all by design, to bring this country down. Like it's purposely being done.
Yeah.
All right, my man. Less than a week now. Saturday is time change, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's time to make a change on the clocks. And within a week, it's time to change this country around. You need to get out and vote. It's a must. And hopefully, the things that we're hearing about this red wave, just don't take nothing for granted.
Yep.
We got to get out and do what we got to do to help straighten the ship again and get it on the right course. Yeah. All right, my man, have a good night. Everybody have a down. Be safe.
All right, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in there. All right, so Philip sent me the story from Orlando, from clickorlando.com, the news organization right there in Orlando, Florida, about the low early turnout for the election there in Central Florida, which says voter turnout so far is low, far lower than previous years, and election officials are worried. People are being told to stay away until Election Day. There's 5 county supervisors of elections, Lake, Orange, Osceola, Seminole, and Volusia counties, that all came together yesterday imploring people to get out and vote now at the early voting locations rather than waiting till next Tuesday. They're also telling voters who have vote-by-mail ballots, get those ballots in as soon as possible. Our turnout percentages are very low, and we want to see folks vote, according to the Seminole County Supervisor of Elections. We don't want them to do what I call last chance voting, which is to vote on Election Day. And that's something I've never heard of. What do you mean by last chance voting? Traditionally in this country, people voted on, that's why we have Election Day, for the love of God. I don't get the narrative there. Anderson reported that overall voter turnout was at 19%, with only 8% of voters voting early. That's very, very low. The supervisors are concerned that the misinformation, which is a long word for lie, as the Lake County Supervisor of Elections, Alan Hayes, said, people are hearing has convinced them that early voting is not safe, and neither is voting by mail. The confidence of voters is being grossly undermined by these individuals and organizations who are spreading all these lies, he said, and it's doing a disservice to the voters and our county. To which I would interject there again, right? Why? What do you mean by that? Yeah, voting on Election Day that's the tradition in this country. I have always voted on Election Day. I have never voted early. I have never voted by mail. And I do not consider voting on Election Day to be last chance voting. I'm voting on Election Day. Now, he said some of the misinformation, this is the supervisors are saying, the misinformation they've heard that early voting and voting by mail is not secure compared to Election Day voting. Well, I couldn't tell you one way or the other. I don't know. I vote on Election Day. Number two, they said you can hold your vote by mail ballot to Election Day and turn it in. Thirdly, they say vote by mail ballots are only counted if the election is close. Now, we know those are not true. Now, I said I've heard a lot of people out there in groups, special interest groups, think that Election Day is the only day to vote. And they're really trying to push that now, to stop the vote by mail, to stop the early voting, and to just vote on Election Day. Well, do whatever one you want to do, but I'm going to vote on Election Day. It is critically important. Please do not listen to the noise that's out there on social media. Use your local supervisor's office as your trusted source of information. The local supervisors of elections know what's going on in their counties, and we love answering questions with truth, he said. That's what the voters deserve. Lake County is reporting 20% voter turnout so far, with almost equal numbers for early and vote by mail there. Yeah, Anderson said anyone saying that the processing of ballots on Election Day is different from the process of voting by mail or voting early is wrong. For those out there that try to say there's some differences, there is no difference. He said your ballot is secure regardless of the method you decide to vote. There are right now no wait times at Seminole County's early voting locations. That may not be the case on Election Day, especially if more people show up. Yeah, well, that's also traditionally the case. On Election Day, depending on what part of the country you're in, some people, you may have to wait in line a half hour. You might wait an hour. You might wait several hours in some of the big cities out there. All right, I'm concerned that people are going to stay home. I'm really concerned this is going to be one of the lowest turnouts we've seen in modern history. Supervisor said that some voters are hearing they should hold on to their vote by mail ballot and turn it in on Election Day at their precinct. Well, what these voters don't seem to know is that you cannot drop off a vote by mail ballot and then walk out of a polling place thinking you've turned in your vote, not on Election Day. Now, you can surrender your ballot on Election Day, and we'll give you a new ballot. However, you cannot turn it in at an election precinct because your ballot won't make it back to the headquarters at our offices by 7 p.m. Surrendering your ballot means that the vote by mail ballot is now canceled, and the voter now has to wait in the line to fill out a new ballot and submit that ballot. That's the Florida law. So it is a misconception that you hold your vote by mail ballot and turn it in on Election Day. That would be a recipe for disaster, he said. Now, I don't know who's trying to purport those messages. What is the purpose of a vote by mail ballot? It's to put it in the mail and not have to worry about going to the polling place on Election Day. That defies logic, to hold on to a mail ballot till Election Day. So that is some crazy stuff. Now, this also becomes an even bigger issue, according to the Orange County Supervisor of Elections. If you're also planning to drop off, say, your spouse's ballot or another family member's ballot, because you can't do that on Election Day at a polling place. That would make sense as well. Yeah, if I show up with my ballot and my wife's ballot and my daughter's ballot and say I'm going to turn these all in, they're all, vote by mail ballots? Yeah, I guess I would be able to surrender my ballot and fill out another after waiting in line there. But as far as the wife and the daughter, if they don't come down after surrendering those, I don't know, so maybe some of that could be some misinformation being passed there in Florida, right? Get the facts. Midnight Special. What's happening?
What's happening, Steve?
Hey there. Doing all right?
Yeah, doing all right. I'm scratching my head at what you just said. That's some crazy stuff going on down there in Florida about that. That don't even make no sense, some of that stuff.
Like I said, people get if you request a mail-in ballot, there's people typically want to fill that out, put it in the mail, and it defies logic to me to request a mail-in, hold on to it, and then try to take it to the election on the office on Election Day itself. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. But I heard Ranger when he called in tonight, and I heard his call the other week when he was talking about the gas.
Yes.
The heating oil. Well, I use LP for my hot water. I got a tankless hot water heater, and I got a gas log fireplace. And I called last week about coming out the top of my tank off, and they come out and asked me. They said, "When are you going to be at home?" I said, "Why does it matter? I have a credit account." Well, they said they suspended all the credit accounts. You got to pay the driver when he comes now. So he's supposed to come Friday. So I can't wait to see. I didn't even ask him how much a gallon is now for LP. I got to have it. I just can't wait to see what the price of it's going to be. Probably going to have a heart attack.
So when you say a credit account, is that where they come top it off and then send you a bill? Is that what you mean by that?
Yeah. Yeah, they just come by and top it off, and they just send you a bill, and you just mail them a check.
Okay.
They said they had suspended all the credit accounts. You got to pay the driver now. Anything they come out, you got to pay the driver.
So you have to either you can give them a check on the spot, or you can, I guess, use a credit or a debit card on the spot, but they're not going to bill you a week later.
That's right. Okay. That's right.
Interesting.
But and as far as the mainstream media, I've heard one person bring it up about the fuel shortage, and that was Tucker Carlson the other night. Matter of fact, you can find that clip on YouTube. He talked about 6 minutes on his show, but he's been the only person I've heard talk about it on his show. But I guess they're scared they're going to do a panic, just like you said about the toilet paper,
Well, remember when the whole Colonial Pipeline had the cyber attack, what was they called? They demanded money, the Bitcoin and all that. And soon as word got out down, they told everybody, don't panic, don't. And what did we see the next day? People out there lined up, pickup trucks, 5-gallon cans, filling up their tanks, hoarding fuel, which actually caused them to have a bigger problem of running out. People tend to hoard when they think something might be going wrong.
Yep, that's exactly right. But like everybody says, when the trucks stop rolling, they'll realize there's a problem then, a big problem then, when the trucks ain't rolling no more. And they can't get everything they need. they'll realize how big of an issue it was.
Yeah, well, then it's too little too late, whatever they do then.
Yeah. But on this Pelosi deal, I sort of believe, it just don't make no sense. Both these guys were in their underwear. It just don't make no sense. Even I heard on the David Webb show on the Patriot Channel, even he's saying it just don't make a bit of sense what had happened.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll never know the truth. I fear we'll find out what exactly happened. But they were saying how the glass was laying on the ground outside the house and everything else, and both of them were in their underwear, and it just didn't make no sense.
Well, like you said, maybe one of these days we'll get the rest of the story, but I don't know. It'll be interesting. I'm assuming since they've got the surveillance video there at the Capitol Police or whatever, they might try to make some of that public.
Yeah, well, there ain't no telling what they'll do. If with that crowd, how they've done things in the past, there's no telling. 'Cause especially with next week coming up, I think if they do anything, they'll wait after all this election is done.
Well, if the guy was in his underwear in the house, I presume that when he climbed the fence or the gate or however he got onto the property, and he should be in his underwear with a hammer out there trying to break in, and that would kind of prove the fact that this dude was in his underwear.
Yeah, not unless they have some kind of good buddy stuff going on there. Since Nancy we're home.
Yeah, I've heard some suggesting things like that. What was going on behind the scenes? But no, their narrative, these two had never met before. I mean, who knows? Who knows, right? Let's get a quick time out here. We'll return into more on the whole diesel thing coming up after this on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, the one guy that's been kind of tracking the whole diesel supply thing for quite some length of time. Legal Insurrection is the website. He said last May, I noted that diesel fuel, the fuel that powers many essential supply vehicles, your trucks, your boats, your trains, your farm equipment, was in disturbingly short supply. Now, the professional American media is finally awakening to the fact that there is a severe fuel crisis looming, which could have a devastating impact on the economy. Diesel stockpiles are reportedly at the lowest point since 2008. Yeah, the whole 25-day supply thing. Demand is also said to be at the highest point since 2007. So you've got a dangerous supply-demand combination that is causing the price spikes. The Biden administration calls the nationwide supply unacceptably low, looking at all options to build up the supply to help reduce prices. Right now, the Energy Information Administration has the average price of diesel yesterday, $5.31 per gallon. The area getting hit the hardest is New England, as we've reported, using the home heating oil, where their stockpiles are a third of what they normally would be this time of year. However, the highest cost of diesel is California. Average cost almost $6.50 a gallon, almost $2 a gallon more than this time last year. It's also a massive price increase over the average cost of gasoline. Diesel running nearly $2 a gallon more than gas. Now, I've got to point out that whole 25-day supply is only if no new diesel is pumped. That will not be the case. However, shortages and price increases will strain the economy. Us Americans will have to choose between essential quality of life products in ways they've not seen since the 1970s stagflation days. Now they break down the 4 reasons identified for the low supply right now. We kind of touched on that last evening, 2 of which are things that happen every year. Work at some of the refineries, they shut them down for maintenance and whatnot, but it's a little different this year. But right there, we get our news break as we head into a Wednesday morning. Final hour is just ahead. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is hitting the campaign trail with a stop in Hallandale Beach, Florida, to support Democratic gubernatorial candidate Charlie Crist and warn voters about Republicans who want to undo Social Security, Medicare, and price caps on prescription drugs.
It's going to affect as many Americans as anything else, and a great deal of people in this state are going to be affected. And they're under siege by our Republican friends.
Worth noting, the plan put forth by House Minority Leader from California Kevin McCarthy talked nothing about undoing Social Security, Medicare, or any price caps on prescription drugs. Russia is ramping up missile attacks against Ukraine's critical infrastructure. Speaking to reporters on Tuesday, State Department spokesman Ned Price said Russia launched nearly 100 missile strikes on Ukraine's water and energy supplies in the past 36 hours. Democrats are behind Republicans by 2 points on a generic congressional ballot. A Wall Street Journal poll found that 46% of voters would vote for a Republican candidate versus 44% who would vote for a Democratic one. This Wisconsin voter telling CNN why he's voting for Republicans this year.
People's savings are being eroded by rising inflation rates and things, and we just need to get back to the basics in this country. The Democrats have gone way too far left for the majority of the country.
The pivotal midterms are next Tuesday. The Supreme Court denied Senator Lindsey Graham's emergency plea to avoid cooperation with the Georgia grand jury investigating possible pro-Trump interference in the state's 2020 vote count. At the closing bell, the Dow losing 79 points to close at 32,653. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
The pandemic negatively affected both in-person and remote education, according to American Federation of Teachers President Randy Weingarten. Lieutenant Governor of Virginia Winsome Sears says schools should have stayed open during the pandemic.
She was one of the major proponents of closing our schools, and unfortunately, most of these Democrat governors listened to her and did exactly that. And now they're saying, oh, just forget about it. No, the problems are existing.
Math and reading test results have declined overall for children in 2022 compared to pre-pandemic levels, according to the National Assessment of Economic Progress. Twitter's new owner is giving the social media giant a closer look.
Elon Musk is bringing in his people to inspect Twitter from top to bottom. Musk has Tesla engineers interviewing Twitter engineers to begin looking through the company's product and code. Twitter's former head of consumer product, Kayvon Beykpour, is seen in the building after he was fired by Twitter's former CEO back in May. David Sachs, a chief operating officer and product leader of PayPal, has also been spotted in the hallway since the takeover. Musk is a former CEO of PayPal. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
In Arizona, Libertarian Senate candidate Mark Victor announces he's dropping out of the race and endorsing Republican Senate candidate Blake Masters. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Suspense. The shadow knows. Mystery in the air, starring Peter Lorre. I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, get our final hour off and rolling here. Let's take a quick look at our potential severe weather threat that's going to be unfolding here a couple of days. Could be talking several rounds across the Great Plains starting Thursday evening and extending on into the weekend, as the strongest storm so far this fall emerges out of the Rockies. AccuWeather says for much of this week, warmth has been surging northward over the central states as that colder air plunges into the west. It's the clash of the warm and cold that reaches its peak late this week into the weekend over the middle of the country. We'll start watching Thursday evening. So western and central Kansas to the Texas-Oklahoma panhandles, where hail and damaging winds will be the primary threat as the storm's cold air pivots eastward, intersecting with more moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. Those thunderstorms are expected to become even more widespread on Friday. The most concern right now is for Friday afternoon and Friday evening from southeastern Kansas, southward through much of Oklahoma, and down into central Texas. Hail, damaging winds, a few tornadoes could all unfold in that time frame. Storms could extend into western Arkansas, northwest Louisiana, and southwestern Kansas later on Friday night. Now, the risk of heavy, gusty, severe thunderstorms will continue further to the east over portions of the lower plains and the Mississippi Valley by Saturday. It's going to depend on several different factors: cloud cover, how much daytime heating occurs, and things of that nature. The severe weather threat could continue at that point, though, from eastern Texas and Louisiana, northward into eastern Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois as we progress through the weekend coming up here. So still going to be having several days out, so you got to watch how things come together. Monitoring the potential for weather danger over the next several days. And, of course, we'll pass the information your way. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Yes, 57.
Yeah, I'm so glad that other guy called in and brought that up. I've been holding back because I know what I heard this morning, or earlier yesterday morning. After the show, Benny Johnson, I went ahead and played it. He's the one that does, Benny on the block, catches people being who they are, And he was talking about Paul Pelosi, and he was talking about, they were both in their, tighty-whities, I guess. And why because the question is, why in the world, the guy's a billionaire. You'd think he has a top-notch security group around him, so anybody getting inside the house would have to have some kind of, friendship, clearance, whatever. But one thing I haven't heard tonight is there was a 911 call from Mr. Pelosi, and I guess what I could hear, he played it, my old ears, that I understand who assaulted him, and Paul Pelosi said, quote, a friend. So, and they are hardcore trying to turn this into that guy's a Trumpster. I am so surprised they didn't slip a red mega hat on the top of the man's head. But I've been listening for the news. Right now, it's, even though I heard what I heard, and the glass thing, yeah, it don't make sense why the glass would be broken towards the out, except for, you could bust the glass and then use like claw hammer and yank the glass.
Correct. That's what I was thinking.
And so, you know what? You just got to believe what you believe, and right now, I really don't care, except for this. Miss Pelosi needs to quit her job and get home and take care of her husband before he gets himself killed. So we're gonna leave it at that. We're gonna leave it at that. But that's filthy any way you look at it. All right, this is Chevy guy, former Chevy guy. 5'7" Chevy is.
There you go. See, even he slips up. He even called himself Chevy. I'm sorry, former Chevy guy. Eh? All right, what else we had? A couple of other quick industry headlines from our friends at CDL Life this past day. Truck driver arrested after a woman's body was found in the woods near a truck stop in Georgia. The body was found earlier this month near Rody's Chevron truck stop in Woodbine, Georgia. First Coast News reports the victim, 46-year-old Jessica Goodrich, was traveling in the truck with one Jason Palmer just before she was found. I guess troopers in Indiana were tipped off about Palmer's location on October 26. He was found parked in his truck at a Sinclair, State Route 1 just south of I-70, the interchange in Cambridge City, where he was taken into custody without incident, and now facing preliminary charges of murder, aggravated assault, and concealing death. He will be extradited back to the state of Georgia. You just don't know who you're out there sharing the roads with, do you? All right, Indiana State Police also releasing information about a Monday afternoon crash that left a state trooper there with significant injuries. A little before 1:30 in the afternoon on Monday, Halloween, Portage, Indiana. State Police Master Trooper Jeff Council was dispatched to a previous crash on I-94 at the mile marker 20. The crash was a single vehicle property damage incident after the vehicle was driving through high water in the rains on Monday. Well, while Trooper Council was on the scene in his cruiser with the emergency lights activated, 37-year-old John Lopez lost control of his black Kia while driving in the left lane, the same standing water that caused the previous crash. The Kia went into the center lane directly into the path of an oncoming semi. The semi struck the Kia, causing it to strike the trooper's cruiser. The semi jackknifed and also struck the cruiser. And looking at the photographic evidence, big time. That cruiser was demolished. The semi also struck another vehicle. The trooper was in the driver's seat of the cruiser when this all occurred, sustained injuries. He was transported to the hospital. The others were not injured. But the memo from the Indiana State Police is this is the sixth crash this year where a Lowell trooper has been struck by another vehicle either in or out of their police car. In every incident, the police cars were parked with all the emergency lights activated. Now, like here in Indiana, as well as our neighboring states, it's required by law that drivers yield to stopped emergency vehicles. That means slowing down when approaching emergency lights, changing lanes when safe to do so. Of course, also when driving in inclement weather, remember to drive defensively. That means slowing down, decrease your speed on the wet, slippery roadways. You know, in the rain. You see it out there every day. I mean, just not adjusting their speed according to the weather conditions. Knucklebuster, I presume.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. That's why I'm a fair weather truck driver. I like driving on dry pavement with seals. So. Anyway, but occasionally we have to drive in the rain and dirty little 4-letter word there. Did you buy a green couch today?
No, I did not. And I forgot to ask the wife about that. I neglected to do that, yeah.
Well, I told Tennessee about that little segment because she had asked, what did we talk about? And faster than greased lightning, all I felt was wham, right upside my head. My ears are still ringing from that. She told me not to be smarting off no more. So anyway, well, enough of all that before I get in more trouble there. There ain't nothing better than 1957 Chevy there, I can guarantee that. There's been a lot of babies made in the back seats of them cars.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how many of them was born in there, but there was a lot of them made that way, right? We got a midnight special. Do we have a Wolfman Jack yet?
I have not heard from Wolfman Jack, no.
I know it yet. Well, the real one passed away back on July 1st, 1995 there. So, well, man, I don't even know what I wrote on that there. Well, let's teach your grandkids, your seal fair, how to do cursive writing. But school ain't going to do it. Do it yourself. Get a proactive with your children and grandchildren's education. That's the best thing to do there, right? Well, after Election Day, if Gretchen is gone, I'm going to sing Gretchen a song there. Detroit City there, right? I'll wait till after Election Day to do that. I'll tune my vocal cords up a little bit there, right? Well, I read that the U.S. and the Saudi Arabia are on high alert over intel of an impending Iranian attack.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's they're gonna do it. Let's get it over with. That right? I read there's an online meat delivery company called Good Ranchers. They warned us that meat is going to be one of the next supply chain issues there. So I don't know. I kind of like meat myself, so they better not be holding out on me. And then, did you read where LSU and Ole Miss women's soccer game during the SEC tournament got into a knockdown brawl out?
I did not catch that, no.
Oh, man, I ain't seen the video yet, but I love a good cat fight, right?
Yeah, right? Were they pulling hair?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get all I seen was the headline on it there. I got to go back and check out the videos there. So, and then a glacier, it gave up an explorer's camera back in 1937 there. So, I guess he lost it out there. I don't know whether he died or not. I didn't get to read that. There's a 2022 Maserati, Steve, MC20 for sale. You can probably get it up real cheap. You just need to stick it down in the rice to get all that water out of it there, right? And then I saw a New York City to L.A. as some kind of rapid tunnel thing there for 20. You can go in 21 minutes. See, that's what they're trying to work on building. What kind of G's would you be pulling to go that fast?
I think you're flat out moving.
Yeah, I know that's right. And then I want to tell Vladimir Putin, he sailed a grain barge over there. Hey, leave that stuff alone, buddy. We got to eat. I like eating. Steve does too. Well, the Arkansas Trucking Association president urges a no vote on the recreational pot over there in Arkansas, Steve. I agree with that. Well, you know, got enough problems out here as it is. We don't need them being doped up there, right? And let's discuss Alabama right quick. They got LSU coming up, Ole Miss, Austin Peay, and Auburn. And then they'll probably go to the SEC championship game. And that'll be determined this weekend, either Tennessee or Georgia there, right?
That's going to be a big one this weekend. Everybody looking forward to that.
Right. I know that's right. Well, I read that, Steve, today sex over 40 can be exciting. You never know whether it's an orgasm, a stroke, or just a cramp. I better lighten up on all that. So, well, I'm going to get this last thing out of the way there. Well, I'm henpecked in my old age, Chief. I'm not in charge of anything anymore. I had a business call Sunday, and Tennessee took the phone away from me and conducted my business for me. And then after she hung the phone up, she told me exactly what I was going to do, and all I could say was, yes, ma'am. So that's all my bull on it for this morning. It's been a great show. Keep up the good work, brother.
That sounds like most relationships after about, say what, 2 weeks of marriage. They don't take long. Well, look out. We'll all be in trouble. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, where did we leave off there? Hey, it's 844-844-3388. My wife said something to me the other day that she saw where a whole lot of retailers kind of going back to the old ways where they will not be open on Thanksgiving Day. I said, really? I hadn't heard that. A change because we've noticed in recent years, every year, one retailer says, it used to be Black Friday, opening at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. And everybody wanted to be the first to open. Then, we're going to open at midnight. Thursday night, Friday morning, get Black Friday started at the midnight. Then it got to where retailers were actually opening, like 6 o'clock in the morning on Thanksgiving Day. Come do your Black Friday shopping before going home to fix your Thanksgiving dinner. It's been insanity. Thanksgiving is a time when people are supposed to be home with their family. It's Thanksgiving. We're giving thanks. You're not supposed to be out there. I mean, there's always essential workers. Yes, nurses, doctors, law enforcement, firefighters. I mean, there are those that undoubtedly have to work on Thanksgiving. But there's no need to have all these people in the retail business out there working all day on Thanksgiving Day. So I did a quick search looking at retailers and grocery stores that will be closed on Thanksgiving Day 2022. And there's some rather surprising big names on the list. They're going alphabetically. These are just like the big names. Barnes & Noble, Bed Bath & Beyond, Best Buy, closed, Costco, Home Depot, Kohl's, Marshalls, Petco, and PetSmart. But this is the one that surprised me. Target, TJ Maxx, Walmart, all closed on Thanksgiving Day. Of course, many of them will reopen for Black Friday sales, but it looks like there will be some stores, retail stores, that will be open on Thanksgiving Day. They've got Bass Pro Shops will be open until 6 p.m. Big Lots will be open. Dollar General, Family Dollar, Michael's will be open from 6 p.m. till midnight. That'll be, they're starting their Black Friday sales Thursday night. Old Navy stores will open at 3 in the afternoon. Stay open through Friday. Sears will open at 6 p.m. and will stay open through Friday. I don't know. Is there a Sears left open out there? I thought most of the Sears were pretty much gone out there, aren't they? All right, interesting. All right, about a minute before news update. Yeah, how about that? Walmart, Target, some of the big box stores closing, reversing that trend of making their employees come into work for Thanksgiving Day. I don't know. Is that because of the kindness of their heart, or feeling like they've been making the wrong decision to be open on Thanksgiving in recent years? Or is it maybe because when they were making their schedules, everyone said, if you try to put me on the schedule for Thanksgiving Day, I won't be here. There is the whole workers shortage thing that continues to be a real problem around the country. It makes me kind of wonder. All right, coming up following the news break, this has been kind of an on-again, off-again. Remember several weeks ago, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, they were going back to a special election that happened, I think, like last year. Should we or can we count the mail-in ballots that weren't properly marked? I believe undated. And the Supreme Court said no. And Pennsylvania tried to say, well, we're going to count them anyway. Got an update on that story. The Supreme Court has spoken again. They ain't going to be allowed to count them. More on that coming up after the news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Benjamin Netanyahu is poised to become Israel's next prime minister, according to Tuesday night's exit polls, allowing the man who was voted out of office this past election to serve a third term. With less than a week to go here in the U.S. until our elections take place, it's a dead heat for control of the Senate. The party that wins 2 of the 3 closest states will likely win the majority. Republicans' 2 best opportunities may be Nevada and Georgia. Democrats are hoping to gain a seat in Pennsylvania. However, that race has become tighter recently. Democrat incumbents appear to have an edge in Arizona and New Hampshire, while close races in North Carolina, Ohio, and Wisconsin are currently leaning to the right. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, good morning to Steve, checking in via the email, as always. Morning, Mr. Summers, and all the listeners out there halfway through the week, looking forward now to the weekend, right? Fresh cup of coffee in hand, time to head in and see what this day brings us. The owner of the company wants to meet this afternoon, so we'll see what comes out of that. Everyone enjoy the day. We'll catch up again soon. Yeah, hopefully it's good news, right? When you get the memo like that, hey, the boss wants to meet with everybody. Uh-oh. Is it good, bad? What's going to happen? What's coming our way? And you fret about it all day, and then it turns out to be, hey, good news. Maybe he's going to tell you we're giving you a raise. Or maybe not. Philip, hello. Happy Wednesday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. As we've heard, the best thing you can do is get out there on Election Day and vote. Vote. Anyway, ready to depart for Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights. Make that flip back once again. Hey, only 52 days till Christmas. Truck and Phil on board this morning, Semper Fi. All right, the PA Supreme Court this past day, siding with the argument made by Republicans in their lawsuit seeking to prevent the counting of improperly completed ballots in next week's general election, throwing out the lower court's ruling that would have allowed election officials to count absentee and mail-in ballots that were not correctly dated and signed. Pennsylvania's Supreme Court justices vacated the Third U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals decision that would have allowed the counting of ballots that were not completed as election law requires there in Pennsylvania, ruling that, quote, Pennsylvania county boards of election are hereby ordered to refrain from counting any absentee and mail-in ballots received for the November 8, 22 general election that are contained in undated or incorrectly dated outer envelopes. They also, in their ruling, directed the Pennsylvania County Boards of Elections to segregate and preserve any ballots contained in undated or incorrectly dated outer envelopes. They did note the court is evenly divided on the issue of whether failing to count such ballots violates section blah, blah, blah of the code there. Republican National Committee Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel celebrating the win in Pennsylvania. This is about election integrity, she said. In a longer statement to Town Hall, she said, this is a win for the rule of law. This ruling is a victory for Pennsylvania voters and the rule of law. As the Supreme Court has made clear, incorrectly dated or undated mail ballots can't be counted. We had to go to court. Now the Democrats in all counties have to follow the law, which is a milestone in the ongoing effort to make sure or make it easier to vote and harder to cheat in Pennsylvania and nationwide. At the time the lawsuit was filed, it was filed to ensure that only mail ballots that are filled out in accordance with Pennsylvania law would actually be counted. They've been kind of bickering back and forth about this. Pennsylvania Democrats have a history of election integrity failures, and Pennsylvania deserves letter, according to the joint statement. All right, that's very interesting in Pennsylvania, and I just can't help but chuckle. You've been hearing the news breaks. Suddenly the race between Fetterman and Oz is closer. There couldn't be any correlation to that, could there? Nah, no. We'll just move on. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just remembering the one election there that, Rangers said that, there was still a million mail-in ballots that hadn't been returned yet there before Election Day, and just amazing how many turned up there to be counted for the election there, and how we went to bed and the numbers were one way and we got up the next morning they were another way. But anyway, so you were talking about the stores not going to be open on Thanksgiving, and well, I don't understand why. I mean, we have this turkey shortage. There's nobody going to be able to eat Thanksgiving dinner because there ain't going to be no turkey to have. So you might as well go to work, right? Make money if you can't be home eating dinner. So, but I did see a load of them going down the highway today.
I did see something this past day, something about turkey prices are making pizza sound more appealing for Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Well, they were saying on your news there, I believe, that the bird flu, remember, came through and they had all the problem with the chicken houses and the turkey houses and all that. So there's definitely not the bird count out there that they needed to for the to get through the holiday season. And of course, the holiday season there is the season that usually keeps on giving, because that's usually where your flu gets spread around so bad, as everybody, travels around the country and
Absolutely.
goes and sees all their family members and drags the gift that keeps on giving there. They go there for the holidays, and that's why, you get through November okay, but come Christmas and New Year's, then the flu's really kicking in big time. And then, of course, January, after the Christmas vacation, all the little snot factories go back to school there and drag it along and start
Bingo.
swapping snot on the doorknobs with their buddies, and so sticking their fingers back in their mouths and their ears and things after that. And so anyways, but so what's this deal with this new vaccination they're talking about out there for the pregnant mothers that is supposed to give the vaccination to the unborn babies so that hopefully they don't have this other, what is it, RF virus or whatever it is that's out here now?
The RSV?
Did you catch any of that? Yeah, that's the one. But did you catch any of that they're trying to vaccinate, get women to be vaccinated, and especially if they were pregnant, and then that way it would go into the unborn child, and hopefully they'd have, immunity to
right
some
now,
of this stuff.
there is no vaccine for RSV right now. I mean, I know they're in trials or whatever. Maybe is that what you heard, that the trials for pregnant women? Okay.
Yeah, it could be. That's probably what it was there, and I guess they have high hopes of it working out that way. So I don't know. It just as I say, it just news gets so confusing there. You can't always remember everything the way they're talking, whether it's here or there, and there's something Pfizer wants to have pushed in by the end of the year to be a regular drug or something they were talking to. So I don't know. As I say, just can't keep up with all of it at this point. And what do you take and what don't you take? Who knows? Flip a coin. But anyways, I don't know. I guess I got to find out there, because I normally do the flu shot, but I got to make sure the flu shot is only the flu shot, and I don't want anything with it,
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what we can do with that, and where the truth lies and all that too when we go to get that. But anyways, hey, one last thing here. Earlier you were talking about the driver that was following his GPS there and clipped a bridge there on what'd you say, Onondaga Parkway there up in upstate New York.
Correct.
So yeah. Well, up in New York there, it's legal to park park in a driveway. Yeah, you can park in a driveway, but you can't drive a commercial vehicle on a parkway. And it's been that way for a long time up there. But yeah, anything that says parkway is pretty much no commercial vehicles unless there's an exception sign. But the height signs in New York, they're kind of tricky, because the height they put on them isn't usually the actual clearance of the bridge, because if they put a 13-foot high sign out, the bridge, it could be 14 feet, because they give you an extra foot in case there's snow on the ground, snow or ice on the ground. So they, unless the sign actually says actual clearance, usually in New York, the signs there, they have a foot tolerance there that they'll let you get underneath. So all of us that used to be up there and you see a sign for 12.8 or 12.10 or 13 foot, you'd be dragging 13.6 down the road. Heck, we never even let off the throttle, just drive right on through, never even think about slowing down. And but you see that sign that says actual clearance, you want to make sure you follow that one to whatever it says there, because they don't give you anything extra for them. And I never did figure out the whole deal there. There's a bridge in Rochester there that says 11.3 actual height, and 13.6s try to drive underneath it all the time. So they haven't figured that one out, because that's about windshield level there, 11.3. So yeah, like you see a bridge coming at the windshield, maybe you ought to stop. I don't know, but I don't know. That's about all we got left for you here, and see if you can grab somebody else quick here and make it profitable for this evening there, right?
Very good. All right. Yeah, the scoop you were talking about, that was the announcement yesterday. Pfizer announcing the experimental RSV vaccine for pregnant women, they said, protects newborns against severe illness, underscore that, for at least 6 months after birth. Phase 3 of the randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled study, which is considered the gold standard of studies. The vaccine was found to be about 82% effective in preventing severe cases of RSV in infants whose mothers were immunized. The level of protection was observed from birth through 3 months of age. At 6 months, there was a reduction in protection, but still 69% effective against the illness. In order to assess the safety and efficacy of the vaccine, pregnant women who participated in the study were observed through vaccination and for 6 months after giving birth. Infants were followed then for at least 1 year, with over half of them followed for 2 years after birth. As someone who spent a part of their ID training focused on RSV research, this is wonderful news. According to the pediatric infection disease specialists with UT Health Houston and Children's Memorial Hermann Hospital, RSV is the one that's been filling children's hospital wards all around the country in recent months, a whole lot earlier than typical. Just like, they're saying the influenza is back much earlier this year. Just like that, the RSV doesn't normally peak till later in the season, but it's a very common respiratory virus that causes typically mild cold-like symptoms. Although most children or adults generally recover without significant long-term effects, it can be serious or even life-threatening for infants, the very young. Always Moving that explained that there's many, many kids under the age of 6 months that have been in some of these hospital wards. They don't have an immune system that's strong enough to fight off the infection. Severe infections can lead to bronchitis, inflammation of the lung, pneumonia, and that's, there are a lot of kids they're finding coming in struggling to breathe. So, for the RSV riders, I guess that's good news, right? It's 844-844-3388. We return in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. Heading down the home stretch here on a Wednesday hump day. Mike. Hey, last evening we shared the Delta Airlines report where 99% of the pilots had voted to authorize a strike. Now, that does not mean a strike is impending. It's probably several months away if it even occurs. But the following day, yesterday, United Airlines pilots also overwhelmingly voted against the tentative contract offer. That could signal possible trouble for the holiday travel season. The Airline Pilots Association said 94% of their roughly 10,000 pilots voted against the contract offer. So far, overwhelming rejection of the deal has not produced any negotiations, according to a United Pilots Union spokesperson. Unfortunately, he said, management has now taken a kind of a wait-and-see approach to negotiations instead of leading the industry forward. If a strike moves forward, the decision could cripple the airline industry in the coming holiday season. And in a recent conference call, Delta's CEO made the comment that travel demand for the holiday season will be very strong. It's going to be a very strong holiday season, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. Pilots, meanwhile, complaining of fatigue, the thinly staffed airlines requiring them to work on too many flights. The pilot shortage for the industry is real. Most airlines are simply not going to be able to realize their capacity plans because there aren't enough pilots, at least not for the next 5 years, according to United Airlines CEO. All right, airline strikes, what else? Rail strike, airline strike, diesel shortage, what the heck? We're going hell in a handbasket. Morning, blind man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I got my electronic girlfriend to play your show without any trouble this morning. Say hi to Horse Feathers and Gilligan, I forgot the other day. Anyhow, I was listening to the Wendy Bell program yesterday on WRTA, and she had the Canadian correspondent, Wayne Peters, and he was talking about it's so bad up in Canada now that they're cracking down on any streams that are coming from the United States, and people up there are being arrested for even listening to conservative talk. So I'm just wondering, have you heard from any of the Canadian truckers, or are they just keeping quiet now?
I haven't heard a thing. I mean, you mean not allowing them to listen to U.S. radio or what?
Yes, that's another question I got. I'm going to leave a message with Wendy Bell and ask her if the Canadian government is now starting to jam U.S. radio stations.
All right, I haven't heard a thing about any of it. I mean, so what was she trying to say? What's the reason that they're trying to not want them to listen to U.S. radio?
The Canadian government is shutting down any opposition. Trudeau is now a dictator, according to what I'm hearing, and he's shutting down anyone that disagrees with him. And I guess one of the ways they're doing it is going after anyone who's a conservative.
Okay, well, again, that's first I've heard of any of that there, blind man. I'll have to do some digging and see what we can find out. I mean, we've got our Canadian friend Terry up there that listens in, and a couple of Canadian friends that typically tune in, so maybe they can send me an email or let me know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, I'm going to try and leave, like I said, I'm going to try and leave a message with Wendy Bell this morning and see if she can find out if it's really true that U.S. stations are being jammed. Because I know somebody up there, and she said she can no longer pick up American stations because of the interference, but I don't know if it's from computers or they're jamming.
Okay.
Okay. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you very much, Blind Man. Yeah, that's a new one on me, but all right. Yeah, what do we got here? Final moments coming up here in a matter of minutes. Stick around. It's Happy Hump Day from TNCRadio.live in a very soggy Houston, Texas this morning. Coming up here, 5 a.m., the Southern Route with Shannon Courier, first out of the box. Then don't miss Women Road Warriors with Shelley Johnson and Kathy Tuccaro. Finally, it's Sarah Barnes Humphrey with an all-new Thoughts and Coffee this morning. Looking at some of the recent moves to improve some of our supply chain chaos around the country. Don't miss a minute on TNCRadio.live. And stay safe, stay healthy out there, drivers. A little memo from Tom Kelly this morning. All right, of course, here, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything that's going to be sitting around for an extended period of time with gas in it. Can't tell you how many people aren't aware that gas begins to go, you say stale, or begins to go bad in literally like 90 days' time. And the longer after that, the worse things get. Sta-Bil Storage can reverse that. Sta-Bil Storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years, and at the same time combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So you make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And if you're watching us on video, of course, we've got some of the displays up here, the Sta-Bil Storage right there in the pink. If you go to goldeagle.com, you can order Sta-Bil directly from the online account there, and we can save you money. Use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout on your order and actually save 15% off your entire order. Sta-Bil, Clindo. Go to goldeagle.com. Check out the full line of products. But again, don't forget to use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout, 15% off your order. And that closes things out on a Wednesday. See you back at the midnight hour tonight.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh,